even pull up chat. What's up, guys? What up, Vital? What up, Candle? What up, Shinsi? How's it going, Kenver? Yeah, the Pally Dream's back, bro. Pally Dream is back. Let me get my chat figured out here. Jack's a holy Pally. Well, not today. Not today. Because while they technically fixed the issue, well, they technically fixed up the issue, they did not actually implement it yet. So yes, Crusader Strike is gone, or is going to be gone, but it's not gone yet on beta. So today is not really going to be a Paladin day until they fix that. Yeah. How you doing, Fluffy? What up, Rye? Wait, was it on the... Oh, no. I see it now. Hello, YouTube? Hello, YouTube. Hello, TikTok? Yep. Hello, TikTok. There we go. Let's ride. You were talking to your healer team about re-rolling most of yesterday. Well, now you don't have to. No, you don't have to.
Was good, big dog.
Yo, Sal, thank you for the 4 months. Stuff's going great, honestly. I was like pretty ready to drop Paladin as one of my primary characters next expansion. I was gonna do Priest Pally like the good old days, and then a third one, I guess probably Druid. But now I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, this is I think it's a Keystone Legend mount. Mount special. Yeah, a big old bird. There's a couple of these. Oh, what's this guy called? This guy is the Carrion. Keystone Legend. I think it's higher than Master, right? Yeah. Yeah. What up, Shin? How's it going? What up, Brandon? Yeah, it's a pretty sweet mount. The Seaver's out in the desert, dried up and crawling towards an oasis. Yeah, trying to. On their last legs, you know? I'm gonna main Priest, but I'm gonna play my Pally a lot. I'll probably have it for split runs for raiding. And then, you know, probably try to get like Keystone Legend or something like that. You know, I might make some little challenge or something like that to push on it. Because what I'm gonna do next expansion, because I play the game too much, is, you know, my main Priest, and then I'm gonna have 2 other healers that I'm just gonna play a bunch. And then all the rest of the healers that season, I'll basically just like do weeklies on them, you know? If they make a good change, I'll be ready and have them geared. Stuff like that. Thank you, Ev. Yeah. Sad couple days for Pally, but it had a good ending, you know? It had a good ending. Not the end of the world. Pallies eventually did get what they wanted, Burn, yeah. It just took a sec. People hated Crusader Strike mainly because it increased the cooldown. Like, it's second order consequences. It's less about like Crusader Strike, although it is partially. The part about Crusader Strike is that it does no healing. It doesn't really do much damage either. And it builds up 1 holy power, while other abilities build up holy power and do healing, right? I don't know, Alice. Blizzard listen when they piss the whole community off. I mean, you know, that's the best way to get something done. If you think about it, that's actually the best way to get something done. Just gonna get everybody pissed off. What about Zanor? Yeah, so they like massively increased the shock cooldown, massively increased the judgment cooldown, all that. They revert the cooldown changes? Yes. So everything got like X'd out, but they haven't put it into the beta yet. So that's gonna be, I don't know, probably next week. Probably next week. Well, I'm gonna go test it again, Zeev. How about that? It feels better though. Flying a beta storm without lag, because I'm an American, Sal. And I let freedom ring. Also, I just don't have lag to the servers. I think there's some kind of pipeline issue. I don't know about the server stuff, but all the Euros are struggle bussing, and all the Americans are not. So it's something like that. Yeah. Yeah, shaman changes are in beta. I expect just tuning changes from now on. Yeah. Yeah, Shield Righteous costs 3 holy power. Yeah, something like that, Camber. But healers do I like the most in PTR? Probably like, or in beta? Probably like Priest, Druid, Paladin. Especially Pally after they reverted the changes. So they haven't put the reverted changes into the game yet. Haven't done it yet. But they will. So we still have Crusader Strike, basically. Crusader Strike's still there on beta, but it's going to get removed long term. Yeah. Wish they could have spiced up CS. I mean, there's just no time. You know, there's no time for them to do it because they just stopped making healer changes at like the end of December. And then they tried to make some healer changes, which were just half-baked. And then it's like, well, you don't have time to iterate on this. You don't have time to trial and error some shenanigans here. So, yeah, I think Pally's kind of trending towards a caster-centric build. There's like a million different builds people are trying out right now. A lot of people are experimenting right now. Don't really feel like the shaman changes added more decision making. They didn't. They really didn't. Yeah, I mean, shaman I think is just boring to play. Mistweaver has like a lot of work to do, like not much healing. Press a lot of work to do good healing. You know. Is there in a world where a piety-like effect is an ability and cooldown is healthy and balanceable? I guess it was kind of healthy when it was the Velen's legendary and everybody had access to it. That was pretty hype. But like, in general, overheal protection is just a really bad thing to balance around. It's a very difficult thing to balance around. So, I would, wow, they got a Mistweaver. Holy. I tried New Pally yesterday, and then they reverted the changes. And the changes are still there, so. Basically, they fixed it. Huzzah. Nice. Yo. Magister Terrace. Evoker does good healing, especially in raids. But in keys, like, it does good healing, but it requires a ton of extra setup and work. And doesn't really bring good raid utility or party utility. So it's like, okay. But just other healers that can do it better. It's been a while. Hey there, thanks for all the content. Great stuff. Thanks, Omni.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Storm, the cynosure of Twilight.
Let's ride. So they will revert everything, Alchemist. They just haven't done it yet. Did I stay sane doing the same dungeons from this season over and over again? Well, I go play beta and do new dungeons. Yep.
5, 4.
Should make a tier list. It's
2,
in the works.
1.
But then they changed Paladin, so I re-recorded, and then my editor was working on that, and then they changed it back, and then so I had to go tell him to go take it back and all that other stuff.
3,
So
1.
The terrace holds what we
tier list soon.
the sinister.
I don't know about a double disc. I'm not sure. Yep, they undid the Crusader strike change. They undid it, thankfully. Yeah, I'll do raid and M plus tier lists. I'll have a little early bird special M plus tier list next week. And then I'll make another M plus tier list and a raid tier list as the expansion gets started, because we'll probably get some more tuning changes there. That's right, I can just do that. It was weird they did this now. Yeah, they were not well prepared. They were not well prepared at all. What can you do, though?
You were warned, Umbric. The terrace is forever closed to you. Now leave before...
Damn. Just destroyed everything. Yeah, Oracle Disc is still going to be good. We'll probably just do some testing today on Holy Disc. Maybe a third thing. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure just yet. Kind of a chill day. Like I've been running all over the place lately, you know? Pretty tall. How's your desk treadmill? Trying to find one that's a good size for tall people. Yeah, I'm 6'4", and the one in my setup, exclamation mark setup, I like a lot. Let's see if I'm beating this ticking damage. Yeah, barely. Him was barely doing more healing than the damage the Pyro was dealing to us. Prez, maybe. It just feels like a lot of work when you play Prez for just not much payoff. But it is something I want to, like, make sure I spend time just getting better at in general. Yeah. So we'll see. I might, like, what I'm going to do before the expansion comes out is I'm going to spend, like, a full-fledged day. Actually, I know what I'm going to do today. Let me complete that thought first. What I'm going to do today is I'm going to mess around with a couple different pieces of my UI. I want to redo my nameplates. I want to redo the CD manager a little bit. And then... nameplate, CD manager... I think that's it. I'll see if there's anything else. But I'll mess around with a couple of that kind of stuff today. And then I want to spend, like, entire days just, like, only playing Monk, or only playing Prez, or only playing Pally, or whatever, and just, like, get really comfortable with those in the next couple weeks.
These new defenses were specially made with you.
So, that'll be, like, coming up. Yeah, they are, Natty.
The construct ahead is heightening Rama's spellwork. Destroy it.
Yeah, I'll double check those builds and stuff today and make sure they're all up to date, but they should be. Whoa! Oh my gosh. Also, holy crap, Valkyrie, thank you for the 10 gifted, dude. Oh, let's go. Holy crap, man. Welcome into Gibby, Akella, Promo, 6 grams. Buddy Sinister, Nick, Peach Force 1, Christy, welcome back, and Nakrane. How bad is Ultimate Serenity in a raid setting? It's very good. It's extremely good in a raid setting. It's a common misconception that it's a key-only talent. It's kind of built for keys, but it's also very good in raids. You saw the YouTube calling you, the short on YouTube calling you a dick? Let's go! You're a good sport, dude. You're a good sport, bro. Val hit me up the other day and I got to make a short about it. W content. Where he's like, hey, do you have the 600 mount achieve? And he just asked me if I had a random mount. And I was like, no, what is that from? And of course it's from the having 600 mounts. I'm playing a little sloppy. This good thing is our warm-up key. Not as good as you, Valk. Not as good as you. I learned that. I learned that. Bro, wouldn't it be sick to know how much healing I'm doing? Because it feels like I'm doing a lot. Yeah, like a decent amount. I don't know why these windows keep going away. Oh no, I was doing 133k. Yeah, I am doing a lot.
All students must follow policy.
There we go. Epic Swear, thank you so much for the prime. I did try the shaman changes yesterday. They're alright, but they don't do really anything to... I like the Ascendance change. I guess that's the biggest thing. Is it feels like Tidal Waves is a nothing burger. It feels like Tidal Waves is a nothing burger. And then it feels like 07. There you go, there you go, there you go. Oh, the Surge rocks. Oh, baby, I'm rich. Yeah, Tidal Waves feels like it doesn't really do anything differently, which is annoying. And then I like the Ascendance change. I honestly don't really miss Whispering Waves. They nerfed it so much that it was really just mediocre. Yeah, Holy Priest likes Halo and they like running Archon. It really vastly increases your direct healing output. Yep. It makes it really, really strong. I'm very hyped, Lexi, about the new, well, I guess the reverted Pally changes, so we don't have to worry about Crusader Strike anymore. Yep. You tested Archon and Oracle Holy on beta, and I'm kind of falling in love with Archon Age Priest. Yeah! Look at these health bars move! Holy Priest is not used to that kind of power, let me tell you. They're not used to it. Yeah, they reverted everything, memes. Yep. They reverted all the shenanigans, and then they just gave Pally a net buff. When's the safe time to choose a main? As in when you think the drastic changes will be done? I think we're done with design changes. I think we're done with design changes. Ooh. But I think that we have tuning. We're going to have like one more patch of big healer tuning, like numbers. And then we're going to have Heroic Week where there's a chance that we get some tuning numbers. But historically, we usually don't get a lot of tuning on the Heroic Week for healers. A lot of people expect it, but very rarely do you get a lot of changes on the Heroic Week. You might get like, hey, minus 3% for this healer, or plus 3% for that healer, but it's nothing usually that big. Yeah, but we are due for one more big tuning pass. That is almost certainly going to be happening. But that's also, you know, historical trends. Blizzard can always pull a Blizzard, and randomly do some stuff. So much burst damage. Good news for Feral? I am not sure, because I just play healers. I'm just a healer guy. How far is Lightsmith from being viable? That I'm not sure about, because I saw some people messing around with Lightsmith the other day. I think there's still quite a bit of, like, up in the air as to what the best build is going to be. So, TBD on that one. Druid nerfs? I mean, they should nerf Druid, right? But, like, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen. You know? Your raid leader's friends want to go Horde. What race is good for Archon Holy Priest? For Horde, Drakthir. Gives you some good mobility. There's a decent amount of like knockbacks and stuff in raid. And an M+, it's always really valuable, I think, to have the mobility. You also get a little bit of crowd control too, which is also nice. Quite insane shit going on right here.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
What's happening? We overpulled. We had like 5 debuffs going out on people from these runic glaive tosser guys. We have bolt casts going out. Just kind of getting railed. So there's like 2 dispellable debuffs that are going off at the same time. There's 2 dispellable debuffs going off at the exact same time, while there's like 4 to 5 undispellable dot debuffs going off. It's a bunch. Am I using an add-on and damage meters to show percent? No, it's just in beta right now. They have more information, basically. Sure. What heal am I enjoying most at midnight? Priest. Shocker. Big shock and awe. Never say you nerf priest when just as good God's here, but sure nerf other healers. I mean, I've been saying for weeks that Disc has been the best healer in raids. Even said it in my latest video the other day when they nerfed Disc, and I was like, yeah, that unfortunate because it makes Smite feel worse, but it's still one of the best raid healers. You can go watch my content if you want. It's all there. Frame add-on like shadow unit frames. I don't know about those. It's all like individual based on the add-on designer. Yeah. The gap between Holy and Disc at the moment, just the DR from Disc. Yeah, Holy has like really, really bad survivability. It's like awful survivability. Holy's mana is a little bit worse. Yeah. They just have like Holy Priest has like a mana burn. And they can kind of light their mana bar on fire to do tons of healing. What's up, John? Makes Disc survivability better than Holy. Power, word, shield. Basically. And pain sub. And lenience. Yeah. And ultimate penitence. They try to give you people to manage? Oh no. You gotta stop overperforming, John. You gotta be more average at work. Hey, you want to see talents? Sure.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Storm. The cynosure of Twilight.
If I'm overperforming, the world is doomed. That's the thing, man. That's the thing. It's hard to learn disc for raids. It's probably easier than ever before. Yeah, they made the ramp up time take like 5 or 6 seconds instead of taking like almost 20. It's so much better. But healer does the most damage right now.
5, 4,
I guess maybe Druid.
2.
But they all do like bad damage. Like I'm barely trying to do any damage whatsoever. And if I am smiting for surge procs, because that helps my healing. But like all healer damage is just bad. It's like real bad right now. Like I'll start smiting. Little Night Elf Shadow Meld there. I'm hitting that smite. I'm not running all the other damage talents though, so I guess my damage is always gonna look low no matter what. But yeah, there's basically just like no point. There's just like no point. It seems like Blizzard is dead set on this, like, we want to make sure healers don't feel obligated to do damage for a season kind of thing. We'll see if it stays that way long term. Yeah, you always want to run Divine Image because your tier set bonus is enhancing your Divine Image. It's a key part of the class. So it is mandatory, basically. The damage meters are just from beta. Beta has updated their damage meters. Live has not. That's all it is. Yeah, I mean, being able to do damage definitely helps in keys, but like the amount that it helps is worse than ever before, basically. So like, yeah, I mean, the answer to your question is it's Druid, but you know, don't worry about it too bad. Lightweaver talent, kind of hard to get to, but seems powerful. I think it's very powerful and very worth getting to. Oh my gosh. I'm just fearing that shit. Okay, we're so back. So here, I don't have any cooldowns, right? And so I'm just kind of lighting my mana bar on fire. I got some coolies back.
Only the strongest
We pop into a little angel form for some fun. But this is, again, you know, I keep going back to it. Holy Priestess has such bad survivability. Like, you think these guys are taking damage? I would just be getting annihilated. I would just be getting annihilated. They also bumped up the key levels, so that also plays quite a bit of a role. Oracle Holy Priest is more palms than Archon, which means more benediction procs. Is that not enough for Oracle to be solid? It's not, because they nerf Prayer of Mending, and it's not enough healing to just kind of keep you healthy. You would rather have the Surge of Light procs, which not only increase the healing from your Surge effect, but it also allows Surge procs to be utilized on... There's a double spell. It allows your Surge procs to be utilized on Prayer of Healing, which makes them cost half as much mana, and it makes them do more healing, and Archon makes your Apotheosis heal for 10% more. So you have multiple different stacking buffs on top of each other that synergize and add value, basically. They nerfed Prayer of Mending in beta about, I want to say, like a month ago. This dungeon's still super overtuned. I think it was like early December they nerfed Prayer of Mending.
You'll go no further, Umbric. These new defenses were specially made with you in mind.
I seem to be
Yeah.
detained. The construct ahead.
If you're not doing like title level keys or rating, you can play Holy or Disc. If you're like some super sweaty player or something like that, then disc will be better in raids and in keys. So, just kind of depends on what your difficulty level is. Pally again today? No, because Pally still has Crusader Strike on beta.
Policy demands compliance.
And so you still have the longer cooldowns on Shock and Judgment and all that. So we'll probably have to wait until like next week before that comes around. Just is what it is, you know?
Please remain still. Compliance is not.
I don't know anything about Heronir. People tell me every time, but I don't think it's, I don't know, important enough that people are running it. I don't see anybody running it. I don't see anybody playing with it. So I assume it's just weak. What do I use to get my party so clean on the bottom for healing? Dander's frames. Yep. There's a way to throttle mana usage and be actively healing on Holy Priest. If they added the heal button back, that would be your outlet. But they have not done that yet. That's the biggest need that Holy Priest has right now. I mean, besides the obvious more survivability that they're probably not going to do. Right? But the best realistic thing they could do is add heal back for Holy Priest and then make it build up Lightweaver stacks. So you can efficiently build up stacks that buff up your Prayer of Healing while also being able to heal and throttle mana and all that. Yep.
Suppressive measures necessary.
Yeah.
Please remain still.
I gotta pick a main. My main's gonna be Priest. Shockingly. Yeah. People like to ask, and I always make a video of like, here's my main. And everyone's like, well, duh, it's gonna be Priest. But then people still want to like see it, so I don't know. People, as long as people click on a video, I'm gonna make the video, right?
Refueling. Please stand by.
Yeah. Given the miracle that happened for Holy Pally, do you believe other changes might come to the healers? No, I don't think we're getting lightning to strike twice. I think this sort of signals the end of design changes in beta. Man, what soak the ball! Soak orb! Ah. Yeah, it is a healer issue.
Please remain still. Compliance is not optional. Suppressive measures necessary.
There's other videos you could make getting up to 600 mounts. Oh boy.
The Cynosure should be just
The nameplates, or sorry, the player and target are unit frames. And they are unhalted unit frames. Yeah. The nameplates are what you refer to over the head of an ally or an enemy. Yeah. I think Holy Priest is better now than it was in War Within, but it's still not going to be like meta or anything like that. I'm probably going to mess around with better cooldown manager so I can see my potions. That's probably what I'll do after this dungeon. Because yeah, I don't have it set up right now. So... Seen Arc UI? I haven't. But if it's crazy crazy involved, I don't know. I might pass. Yep. here we go with the walking shit. Do you still let everyone know you bought a walk pad? No, but since you brought it up, that's the first time today. Yeah, I do use a walk pad. It's a Lichico. It's really fun to do. I like doing it so I can spend less time sitting down. I know you guys can't see this if you're on Twitch or on YouTube, but the TikTok chat's mean. It's like, oh, you're walking again? Oh, you're like advocating changes for your main? So like it'll be good? What? It's so funny. Pull a lot less than this pull. Purge you, dispel you. Live. There we go. According to him, all the other healers should be nerfed so he can be great. True. Buff my class. Nerf that guy's class. I think that guy plays like a Mistweaver. Yeah. I'm advocating for shamans to get Cloudburst back. Sure. Bring back Cloudburst. I'm down. Oh, where's my mana pot? Oh, we're out of gas. It's not looking good for our heroes. I just need apotheosis. Huh. Yeah, mana for Holy Priest, dude. Come on. I guess I just have to smite. But this hallway is definitely the worst. Yeah. Recent updated Paladin revert the cooldown changes. It will, but it's not live yet. But it will. Yeah, Mistweaver's looking very doomed right now. Thanks so much for the new sub.
Restrain him. I'll take care of these shields.
Sorry, for the 16 months. You know, a little bit of difference.
97 millenniums, boys.
Oh, just
I
relax.
hope everyone is well. Rare Parrot.
Just relax. Thanks for the new sub. And Seawolf, thank you for the 97 months, bro. There we go. CS is Crusader Strike. How you doing, Coffee? Now we're gonna smite and try to get more surges. Let's go. Nope, no cell update at the moment. Not yet. Alley buffs are exactly what they needed. Crusader Strike stuff was what they did not need. Because it's like, you have to go one way or another. You have to either go and focus on more caster stuff, which is what they've been doing throughout beta, or you go play the healer like a melee healer. And they were already moving away from that, but you have to pick a lane. Because if you're trying to do some kind of like mid-hybrid type stuff, it's just going to end badly. So, Thank goodness they've realized that and actually like picked a lane.
I am unyielding. Marked for defeat.
Yo, you bet, Yaga. Welcome in, bro. Add any use to the player frames at the bottom? I use Dander's frames.
Your ball is
Yeah,
melted.
I use Dander's frames.
Speak no more. You shall not
Huzzah!
help me remove the wards around the Sinister.
What's these? Holy Shock as a heal button? Yeah. Especially because they reduced the mana cost, and like, Holy Shock just cost way too much mana. It was insane. It was actually ridiculous. Sindu, thank you so much for the new sub. Welcome in. They reverted the Crusader strike changes. They reverted all those Crusader strike changes. Oh, this is gonna be a little rough. Play Master Heal every second? I think it's every second. It might be like 2 seconds or something like that. Okay. I don't know where we're going. This is terrifying because we're all pulling aggro and taking lots of damage. Nah, so they haven't, well, they had Crusader Strike yesterday, and then they reverted it last night. And then they didn't change it on beta. So we'll kind of have to wait, I guess, till like next week, if they don't change something today. So we'll have to wait until next week for that, final version, I guess, of Paladin to come through. Yep. Mayo, thank you for the prime. Recent dis nerfs are gonna be too much. We'll try it in keys and see how it feels, but like this was the best healer by a mile in raids, so I don't think it's gonna be a big deal there. Like, I don't know, maybe you just don't run like double disc, but I was still kind of
Holy
skeptical on
moly,
that.
88 months.
Woo! It's a long time, Colony. Thank you for the 88 months. No, same thing as before, Milky. Everything goes back to the way it was before. Avenging Crusader still has Crusader Strike. That's the only way to get it. Yeah. Yeah, Warlock's like stupid OP, Suki. I don't know if there's something bugged with it or what, but Kalamazian crew are thriving. Yep. Gigabugged. Hell yeah. Why can't healers ever get these crazy beneficial bugs, you know? Yo, what's going on, Purple? This Void Collar is the one that deals big AoE damage. So we're gonna wait for him to start charging up his cast. Then we're gonna pop Apotheosis, pop my defensive. Little Poe. Another little Poe. Nice. We're chilling. Yeah, Holy's a powerhouse of healing in its cooldowns. The problem with Holy Priest is that the mana efficiency is really bad outside of your cooldowns. And so if you need to do a lot of healing on a dime, then unlike Disc, which has a lot of its healing tied into like penance, then you're like, hey, I just have to burn all my mana down just to make sure that we can stay healthy. So here, you know, we're kind of on the back foot, I'm getting all these surge procs. I can start hitting a bunch of Prayer of Healings. But our Prayer of Healings also do more healing to the primary target. And so that's why I'm casting it off myself, because I'm a lot less tanky and a lot less defensive than others. I have a lot less passive defensive value. And so you have to cast a lot more heals off yourself to kind of stay healthy. We've had like some overpulls, but we've been able to deal with it okay. Let me just rip a little GS. And then I'm going to take a nice little chunk of damage here and a cast one off.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Nah, they reverted Crusader strike. Yep. We are 289 gear, which is like full maxed out mythic gear. Yeah. Yeah, fetch isn't gonna happen, man. If they revert Crusader Strike, they'll surely revert Spirit Bloom removal. I think that window is closed. I think we all just experienced, like, you know, the lightning strike, right? But lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot. Pally saved? I think so. Pretty sure it can. Prove it. Prove it, Mog. Yo, do it. Thank you so much for the raid. I play with a bunch of Brewmasters, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I think Windwalker, maybe second or third. I think it's like VDH. I think it's like VDH, Brewmaster. I think I said Windwalker there. I think it's like VDH, Brewmaster, and Prop Pally that are like the really good tanks. Yeah. Alright, rip group. Yo, GG's, Manty. Oh, all good, Uwe. Were you tanking? Get rid of those pally changes so fast, maybe Monks will get some love before Meg turns to her DPS arc. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, it was near. Okay, GG's, guys. Sorry, like, you went, like, offline as I sent you a message, and so I wasn't sure if you got the message or anything like that. No, it was fine, man. I gotta fix these nameplates. What's the difference between healing PvP and PvE? When you cast a spell in PvE, it usually completes. But when you cast a spell in PvP, there's like 12 different things that stop your spells from completing, and they're all really annoying. Yeah. They're all really annoying. And that's why I don't PvP. Yeah, I'll send you a Twitch whisper, Manty. Good to see you, dude. I would much rather, like, there's been times I've PvP'd in the past, and when, like, the healer is getting trained, I feel like that's kind of fun. But any time where the healer is, like, not being trained and then you're just getting kicked a bunch, that's just the worst. I hate it so much. Oh, man. Dayscur, Holy Priest, or Shaman more fun to play? I personally feel like Shaman's boring to play. It performs well, like numerically, it's fine. That's a good one, John. Yeah. I like Priest, I like Paladin, like Druid. Probably those are like the three big ones I'm looking at playing. Yeah, kick, stun, 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 disorient, knockback, disorient, kick. Yeah, Marklar. Yep. Just going for a nice little walk while I heal. My impression of the pre-patch event is meh. Do you think the event will evolve or change? I haven't even logged in, to be honest. I haven't logged in at all, man. Yeah. Oh, man. Let's see. It's so shit, don't bother. Don't. It's bad. The mount's cool, though. Where do I put my bathroom? If you're walking? Well, I put the tread... I think you mean the treadmill, right? I'll put the treadmill... I just, like, literally turn it 90 degrees, put it underneath my desk, because my desk is really long. It's, like, 7 feet long. Yeah. Easiest tank to heal? Brewmaster, because they just take steady damage. It's just how stagger works. They just delay the damage, so it is not as chunky as any other tank in the game. What I cannot understand is Mistweaver Monk. Yeah, me neither, man. So for PvE, all the tier lists and content creators and doom and gloom on it, but in PvP, it's considered God mode in beta. What the fuck is that possible? It's happened before, yeah. What's this animate thing? Yeah, I mean, it happens. This is pretty good in M+. I think somebody lied to you, man. I'm sorry. Yep. Perfect timing, Meg. I was like, I don't think Mistweaver is very good in M+ at all. Oh, I see what you're going for, Mark. Might be, man. It's been a minute. Been a minute. Oh, man. Yeah. Say good things about Mistweaver 3 times in a row. You summon Meg. It's a DPS hard going. People call it amazing or just incorrect or doing 10s. Yeah, it's just like the frame of reference that content creators use for something being like good in keys is usually in like high-end M+, high-end keys. Everything is good enough to do 10s and 12s with. And it's even easier to do 10s and 12s than before. I'm playing beta right now, Deb. I'm messing around with some of my nameplate settings a little bit. Just seeing if I have ability to scale up my name a little bit, because my nameplates are a little bit hard to see. Yo, Manty, thank you for the new sub, dude. I'm like, I don't have a lot of crowd control as a healer, but like I still struggle to like see some of the things right now, so I gotta fix that. If I'm struggling to see it, it's probably not too good for the rest of the UI. What up, Hale? How's it going, man? Oh, there's a global scale on the first page? Ooh. I just do that, yeah. I mean, these are a little huge now, because I scaled up some other stuff. Let's see. Where's a lot of mobs at? Let's just try Murder Row real fast. That'll help a lot. That'll help. What was the other thing I needed to fix about my UI? It was nameplates, and then it was something else. It was nameplates, and it was something else.
This is unusual in here. We need to act fast.
Platy. That back to 100%. Oh, why are you fighting monsters? Chill. Yo, chill. You guys are off on a mission. Yeah, 135% is too big. These guys don't care at all. Yeah, I think the names are a little big. We're on beta right now. We're on beta right now. Oh, it was a cooldown manager I also wanted to mess around with too. Yeah. Alright, so the name is a little big. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah. This is Holy Priest right now, farmer. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, what knocked? I'm doing great, Noct. How you doing, dude? Okay. This most about War Within is the great brand memes. Glad we got the brand morpher though. Yeah. How good does H probably feel? Now that they fixed the big issue, which was adding Crusader Strike and making all your cooldowns a lot worse. Now that they fixed that, I think the spec's in a good spot. It's different, and it may not be everybody's cup of tea because I think it's more Casterden centric than anything else. Oh yeah, farmer. I play all the healers. So they made some changes to Paladin yesterday, and I was testing them. And then that night after the stream, they reverted everything, or at least they announced that they're going to revert them, basically. So they like added Crusader Strike, added more cooldowns to your abilities, and then they were like, oh, by the way, we're actually not going to do any of that stuff. Here's a couple buffs. So the reverted the reverted changes for Paladin are not in yet. So Paladin still has Crusader Strike on beta, even though they're planning on getting rid of it. It's complicated. It's complicated. But I think in the end, Pally's gonna feel quite good. I'm doing great, Todd. How you doing, man? The flashlight were very welcome too. Yeah, they needed that. And the mana cost. Don't forget the mana cost reduction to Holy Shock. That's a really big one. They took it away, gave it back, now they're taking it again. Yes. Yes, Peppa Mocha. I know it's a lot to cover. Yeah. But I'd say, like, there's different builds people are trying for Pally right now, but I think whatever final version, final form for Paladin is going to involve more caster spells. Yeah. I kind of like the builds built around Holy Light. That's kind of my thought. It is a bit of whiplash. This is kind of like, you remember that like text? It's like, babe, what's going on with the economy? And it's like, don't worry about it, honey. And she's like, yay, heart. Just don't worry about it. Just wait until the game comes out next month, and then we'll figure it out. All right. Just think about it then. What'd you miss? Don't worry about it, honey. Don't worry about it, kitten. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Oh, man. All right. Let's see. Where is my better cooldown manager? I don't know, is it /BCM? BCDM for in-game configuration. Let's see this real quick. How do I move this? How do I move this? Is it in edit mode? Oh, it is. Okay, cool. So I probably have to like turn off the mana bar, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Should I change sizing in here, or should I change it in the add-on? I think I should probably change it in the add-on, right? Save. Nope. Edit mode don't work. How do I move it, chat? Okay, essential. I'm so confused, guys. Is it here? Oh my god, finally. But now I can't see my mana bar. Ugh. Alright, turn off power bar. Why is my class resource bar gone? Oh, cast bar too. Okay, now class sensei. Ah, it's back now. Huh. Crazy. Crazy. Lordy, this is weird. Okay, now, okay, it fixes it. It fixes it, I see. Add-ons, I'm sure this isn't the developer's fault, but add-ons have, like, just gotten so much more janky to put together. It's so irritating. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Essential. Force update after the icon size. We applied on closing the window. Oh, I see what it is. I see what you mean. Oh wow, that's like almost perfect actually. Oh. Hee hee. Too much. It's almost pixel perfect. CS is Crusader Strike. Yeah. How's disperforming in raids? Really well. Really, really well. No healers do good damage. Yeah. Go back 14 main and disc and holy. Do you have a preference? The nice thing about it, Brian, is that they're gonna have around the same stat prio. Holy might drop mastery some. We'll see in raids, but it's actually gonna be fine. Okay, you can go over to the side. Right there would be good. Well, I guess I could just get rid of Sensei. I don't know if it does holy power though. It looks like it does. Secondary power bar there. But then it also has the cast bar, so we'll see what I need to have. Because some of this stuff is like, it's sort of like free. Like I'm already using an unhalted, and then like that has the cast bar for me. Or I could use it out of this. So the thing is, censored cooldown manager is what I'm currently using on my profiles. Also, what's this eyeball right here, chat? The thing is that cooldown manager center does not have racials and trinkets and stuff, and so that's what I want to add into the mix. Just that I have that option, because that is the trinket viewer. Can I combine trinkets and racials? Can I combine those? Because if I could anchor to my unhalted player frame bar, anchor it to the top right. Top right. Progress. Alright, I'm gonna change UUF player buffs. Auras. They're not buffs, they're auras. Alright, shut up. Here we go. Boom. And then boom. And I can put stuff there that's actually important. So nice. 36. Nice. Any more? 3? Chat, I need my pixel perfect squad. Is it literally just 0? Oh my god, it actually is 0. It actually is. I need my pixel perfect squad. Make sure everything's even. Yeah, it looks good. I just want to drag it. I just want to drag it and move it. Alright, items and spells. Yeah, let's see. Item. Oh, you can add by ID. Interesting. Ah. What are you there? Custom item. What about racials, chat? Actually, wait. Items and spells? Yeah. All right. All right. All right. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Shadow meld. Potion. Potion. Hellstone. Let's go. Oh man, we are just cooking. All right, cool. So, next question. I guess it's only on use trinkets that it shows. Right? Where's my Diffusion 1. I just gotta look at the names. I don't remember what these look like again. There it is. There it is. All right, so it disappears. Wonder bar. Okay, so I want to go back, put it on use on, grab this list. You are going to anchor to unhalted unit frames, player frame on the top left. On the top left, which is utter shenanigans. So weird. Whatever. And then I'll put you right there. 125? What do you think? 115? Oh, that looks nice and tight. Nice and close. Close. 48. All right, Chad. How happy are we? Pixel perfect check. Pixel perfect check. So happy add-ons are getting removed. Me too. There's no Crusader Strike 8-8. Last expect, do you feel the devs are making better changes based on what people are asking for? Somewhat. I think some classes are getting good changes. Some classes are getting like hardcore head scratcher changes. I think in general, somebody in Blizzard Entertainment is like, we need to get people playing the game, so let's bloat the classes with more power to keep them playing the game. And that just fucks over healers. Like, this guy Johnny or whoever, Johnny Blizzard, is just like fucking with healers by doing it. But to their credit, the like encounter designers are doing a good job of like balancing the damage to make it better to heal. The downside is going to be when they keep on just giving us more and more and more bloat all the time. The more bloat that you give everybody, the worse it becomes for player power for healers. Yeah. How you doing, Clay? Because the mathematical formula for pixel perfect. So. Alright. Why is Holy Fire there? Intarnation. Much better. Power creep does always come for us. Try that again, Clay. Run that by me one more time. All right, where's my chief complainers about stuff not being even? What do you got for me, champs? Came from the talent trees before DF. There wasn't such amount of powder creep. You're correct. You're absolutely correct. I don't know if better cooldown manager. So I'll just ask. Chat. Does better cooldown manager give good holy power? Long drive back to you, the kind that only takes a day or two. It is combo points? Yeah, so it makes sense it would. Yeah. Let's see through. Potion icon is hanging over the left side of your player frame. Is it though? Is it though? I feel like I have a spacing issue. In a landscape I don't understand, or a long night inside of a van where I'll miss you days on end. Come on. I think that looks better, right? Jarvis, enhance. How do you move the party frames? With Dander's frames, you just hit the unlock button up at the top. It's a long drive back to you. How did the changes dragging the healers down? Oh, yeah, you're all good, Anarchy. So, when you get more powerful as a character, you do what you do, but you do it better. And as a healer, that means you push up health bars faster. You have more gear, you push up a health bar more quickly. And just because you get more gear, you get more stamina, which increases your health pool, but you also get more intellect and secondary stats, and that allows you to push up the health bar faster. So player power always scales faster than health. Because otherwise, if everyone had more gear and you top somebody off slower, you'd be like, what the heck, this sucks. You follow me so far? If you want to do like a check or something, I always like doing that. Like, just make sure you follow. Okay, so what they've done with things like Turbo Boost, and what they're going to do with this whole new raid and like the 0.5 and 0.7 patches, is they're going to keep on giving you more gear. They're going to keep on giving you more power, keep on giving you more strength. Manaforge Omega has a renown track where you gain more damage, you gain more healing every 3 weeks. Now, this accomplishes a good goal of being able to make sure you can complete the content, but it has the side effect of it keeps on pushing up the player power faster and faster and faster. And as a compensation, the encounter designers, so what we're talking about right now is the class designers, but the encounter designers have to build damage to be more lethal, more deadly. And they can do that through a couple different ways: rot damage, negative healing absorbs, but also burst damage. And so as Todor was talking about with the Dragonflight talent trees, they added a lot of power to classes. And so the encounter designer said, oh, we got to make stuff deadly, so we're going to make damage really spiky. And that's what led to my video like 2 years ago. Dragonflight healing. Come on. The real problem with healing that I made 2 years ago, where I was like, yo, damage really, like yo-yos, ping pong, whatever, it gets bad. And it gets really spiky. If you want to watch this video, you can take a little trip down memory lane if you want to in your own time. And so for about 2 years, we've been saying the more power you give us, the harder you're going to have to spike up damage. And the more problems you're going to cause, because then people just get random wombo combo one-shotted. And that's not fun, because then we just can't survive. And I think I used some examples from Legion. I think I used some examples from Battle for Azeroth about how it's better to actually be able to be a little weaker at the beginning of expansions, because then the damage is more consistent. So we're kind of reaching that with the Apex talent. Exactly. So you know what I'm talking about. They say, we want to add an Apex talent and it's going to be all cool. But it just adds, in order to make it powerful, you need to add on to the strength of the spec so it actually feels valuable. And they unfortunately did that in some bad ways. They added Cosmic Ripple enhancements that are lots of passive heals that are fluff, and so they appear on the meters. And your Cosmic Ripples increased. So what they did is they had a secondary effect tied to it. If you zoom in on this tooltip I have right here, it's in the rank 2, in the very middle of the tooltip. It says Cosmic Ripples healing is increased by 30%, but right below it, they say all your healing is increased by 12%. So that's actually the most powerful part of the Apex talent, is you just get a 12% healing increase. But they kind of dress it up in the, ooh, it's a Cosmic Ripple, it's this benefit, but it's actually just kind of a fraud. This is about the best way that they could do it, but, and it shows that Blizzard's healing people know what's going on, but they're also being forced into doing it, you know? So they're complying with their boss's wishes, and they're doing what they can to make it not as impactful, but it's kind of like you get assigned to do something that's going to make people's lives worse. And so you do it, but you do it as like nicely as you can. It's still bad, but it's not as bad as it could have been. Yeah. Tatsui, thank you so much for the new sub. Which realm is testing M+? Zalatas Endgame. Starting to heal in M+ is holy. What spec? Oracle or Archon? I would play Archon and get used to the flow of using Surge procs Ulfgar with the Spirit Well talent for Prayer of Healing. Love getting triple bolted on Forge Weaver. Yeet yeet. You know what happened a lot of times with deaths for Team Liquid on Dimensius. You know, there were so many phase 1 deaths if you watch the world first race. And so I talked to the healers and I was like, hey, what's going on? And they're like, dude, this fight's stupid because there's ticking damage that happens so quickly that it's double tapping people and just killing them. Because 2 instances of the damage takes you from 100 to, I don't know, what was it, like 60 and then to 20. And then you die, you know? And so if you were not 100%, you could just insta-die by getting double tapped. And then healers don't have time to react. It's not fun, basically. So, I mean, you can keep on adding damage dealing power, you know, forever if you wanted to. There's other problems that causes, but you could just keep on adding damage power and increasing the health of the monsters and you'd be fine. But you can't do that with healers. And so I don't think any healer is like, oh my god, I love my Apex talent. They're so cool. Because it always just adds unnecessary bloat. And so they got rid of a lot of bloat with the pruning going into this expansion, but then they added new bloat with the passive healing. What can you do? So that's what I said. I don't put as much blame on the individual encounter designers as I do on like Johnny Blizzard in the executive suite, who's like, let's add Apex talents. That shit's gonna be sweet. It's like, healers don't need it. Yeah. Res Apex talent's kind of bad because it's not a good successor to Spirit Bloom. So they lost Spirit Bloom and then they replaced it with an Apex talent that doesn't really do good healing. So, yeah, Disc is really good in keys. Why's it gotta be a John? You know. It's not you, okay? Somebody in leadership, John. Not, not you. I don't know why I didn't mind. It's like the Pally beacon. You like the Mistweaver Apex? It's good. I'm glad you guys do. This barrier being gone for Void Shield feels like what you're saying. A bit, yeah, Varam. Well, I would say with Disc Priest. Actually, you know what? I want to even see a first-hand example of this. Let me cook real fast. Let's cook real fast, so that I can hate on it accurately. An issue I have with a lot of healers is the fact. One sec, I gotta change the spacing for these icons. How do I change the spacing? Spacing is messing with my brain. There's not a spacing option? Padding is handled by Blizzard. How do I chat? Jarvis. Edit mode? Thank you. Thank you. I can see that they were not the only ones who had this issue. Wonderful. That's so much better. Okay. I'm going to click off Wheel and Woe for this example, so it's not affected, and we'll have Atonement. Okay? So I have an 84k shield, and we're just going to open a little notepad, and we're going to write down 84,200. Is that right? 84200. 84200. Void shields. Okay, and then I'm gonna do a standard powered shield with atonement on me. And that's gonna be 54k. 811. And then we're gonna do that again. Making sure we're clicking off our Wheel and Woe every time so we don't have extra modifiers. And then bam. 11520. So we have our baseline, right? These are our powered shields. And then now we gotta get a little crit action. Ready, you. We have atonement. 83523. Same thing. Maybe I'll just try to not get the crits because I think we have an idea as to what is causing the crits. So we best prog all 3 of the raids at the same time. It'll basically be like 1 by 1 squatch. There'll be like an easier raid, a harder raid that you'll focus on. Yeah. There we go. Don't. Who's void shielding me? Don't be void shielding me. All right. Next. 2, 3, 3, 5, 0. Holy shit. That's a mega crit. Let me do one more here.
What you doing?
Yapping. 173718. Okay, so we have a bit of a baseline. 718. Let's just use these two numbers real quick together. What does it exactly say? It says it does 51k on its own, and I know like Atonement's modifying that and everything like that. It says 34k. Let's just use the tooltip examples because that'll probably make it easiest. Okay? Sound good? The problem I have with Void Shields is not just the fact that it's 33% stronger than a regular powered shield, is that it's also casting it 3 times. So you have 3 of them going out on people, and so it's like massively stronger and massively more healing. And as a result, you have a huge amount of the overall like pie chart of where your healing comes from dedicated to your Apex talent. And that comes at the expense of the rest of your pie. And what do I mean by that? It's a long way of saying that it makes your smite feel like garbage. So when you're sitting there and casting smite, it doesn't feel like it's doing any healing in dungeons or in raids, because a lot of the pie of your healing is given to your Apex talents. That's another reason why I don't like the Apex talents that much. So something on its own might feel strong, but it comes at a price. There's always a price. Not the end of the world. I mean, we're going to go into the expansion, and Disc is still going to be one of the best healers, but it's like an overall design option for like, cool, we have these void shields, but also our smites don't feel as good. Yeah. Alright, that's my rant. Whew. What healer should I pick for raids? Not necessarily for topping the meters, but fill the gaps in your team? Well, you'd have to let me know what the gaps in your team are. Right? Yeah, it will. It's a full revert of everything, McBruce. Got used to playing with a talent that makes Smite refresh Atonement, but I don't even want to press Smite at all. Currently the pre-patch, so why bother? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, now they reverted the changes, I think Pally's going to be in a lot better of a spot. Because they also buffed a lot of healing that they do from like Holy Shock and made it more mana efficient. And they buffed Flash, which was also feeling pretty weak. So it's like boom, 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 like good changes for stuff that they needed to do. I think Pally's going to be in a great spot. Yep, now that they reverted the Crusader strike change, I think Pally's going to be in a really good position. I'm very happy with what they've done. Yep. Yeah, I think Pally's like moving towards more caster mode, and I wasn't the biggest fan of like caster-centric Paladin. You know, again, like my preference would be like make it more melee healer based, quick builder spenders type thing, and just making your spenders really strong. They don't really want to go in that direction. They've already like done more things to make your casts better, and that's still fine because they're at least making you care about mana. And I like it when healers actually have like a mana dump. Where, oh my god, I don't have healing cooldowns. Well, I can just burn my mana down and I'll be fine. And so, like, that's another good way of, like, designing healers, right? Yeah. It is a bit more fitting. I know I'm going to enjoy it either way, so not the end of the world, right? Thoughts on Monk? Finding this new iteration jarring. Feels a bit disappointing. I feel like Monk has, like, a bunch of different healing cooldowns, and none of them really do stuff. None of them feel, like, good. You know, like I was about to say with Paladin, it's like Paladin's wings feels bad. Like historically, Paladin had the best like personal healing cooldown, but Archangel is a better healing cooldown. Or sorry, Apotheosis and Ascendance are better healing cooldowns, like individually for making you feel really strong than Avenging Wrath is. And that just feels wrong for the game. So, thoughts on Prez and why it sucks? Because there's so much setup. There's just so much setup and like work. You have grace period to make you do more healing when you have reversions on the target. I think those can also be echoed, so you can have 2 reversions and it increases your healing in 2 different ways. You have echo, which just replicates your spells and makes it hits twice. And that has, you know, a lot of other secondary issues that come around with it. It's just a lot of setup and work, which works when you're making a ramp healer, right? For raids, but when you're trying to make an M+ healer, bit of a different story. I mean, Prez definitely has areas that it sucks at. It 100% has areas that it sucks at. You go into Magister's Terrace and you start fighting these blueberries that put up healing absorbs on your tank for like 100% of a tank's health. And as long as it persists, it puts up a nasty dot. You've earned Embrace them twice, you living flame into them, and it's still not cleared. You're like, what? There's definitely like gaping blind spots there. Yeah. It should be called like Jak UI shifter. Yeah, should be like Jak UI 1440. Avenging Crusader is going back to having the Avenging Crusader button replace Crusader Strike.
I just watched a clip where you were
Revert
trying to
that.
milk some of that casual player gold.
Yeah, it was Drew. Thank you for the 39 months, dude. Yeah, I was trying to get people some mounts, trying to get them to buy some sales from Incarnate on Tichondrius. Absolutely. So Avenging Crusader's button, when you activate it, turns into the Crusader Strike button. That's how it's going now. There we go. I am ranting and raving right now. Still owe you an 8 of 8? I don't think I agree to that one. Anyway, gotta go. Run to the bathroom real quick. 1 sec. Be right back. Cell unit frames don't work for you. Why? Probably because they did not get continued. Probably because they did not get continued. Yeah, we're still selling mounts for... Well, we're selling mounts for Dimmy, but I don't think we're selling any old raid mounts. Yeah. Yep. Make a scathing video to buff Voidweaver. I've mentioned it a couple times in videos, but I think it's a little, like, too far gone, basically. That's kind of my thought, is that it's a little too far gone. I use unhalted unit frames. Dander's frames, Drew. Using Dander's frames. What's the ninja like blender? I need a more powerful blender. Mine's kind of dying. Replace this for rating and M+. Number 1 for raids for M+. Let's see how those nerfs came in. Because they nerf preventative measures from a 20% penance smite buff to a 15%. Need someone to tell me the healer to commit to out of the gate? Play priest. Is it really just called Ninja Blender? Alright. Yeah, no chance of Voidweaver for at least season 1. Maybe season, or well, 0.5 patch. Yeah. Alcathars. I'm using Dander's frames, Drew. Old Dander's frames. Yeah, sure. We'll just do some seat. Yeah, I think Dander's frames is good. Gives you a nice like test menu. Lets you kind of like simulate how your stuff is gonna look. And then anytime that you're like, oh, I see this dispel overlay, right? You can turn it on and off. And I want to change it in the menu. We'll just click on the name, dispel overlay, and it jumps your menu to that section. You can just start messing around with it. I kind of missed the premonition ability, but when I was writing guides, I literally had people like refuse to play Oracle because they're like, this ability is just too complicated. So I get why they removed it. I get it. It does have targeted spells. Yep. If your full window's cleared, everything's a new WoW, new you. There you go. Exclamation mark UI's got all my stuff if you want to yoink it. Yeah. Old LVY? Oh my god, Drew. It's been like 2 or 3 years. It's time to move on. It's time to move on. I'm not using LVY again. Swap the healing from Midnight. I'm an ex-healer from Vanilla and the Wrath. Used to play Priest. Looking for a close to pure caster healer. Play Priest. I've been like a Priest main for like 12 years. I write the Holy and Disc guides for Wowhead. So, in my unbiased opinion, play Priest. I already said disc is on a scale from 0 to 5. How about on a tier list? Where we have a brand new tier list video for the easiest and hardest healers. Oh, check it out on YouTube. Oh, such content. Thanks for that little alley-oop, man. Any other changes? They reverted the Crusader strike changes. Yeet. Everything should work now. Yeah. Is it priest main? What should I play? It happens more often than you think, Eddie. Yep. That's either for M+, Druid. For raids, probably disc. I'll make a video for dangerous frames, yeah, at some point. Doesn't feel like Smite does enough healing through Atonement right now, Drew. Yeah. They changed around how Ascendance works, and then they added Tidal Waves back for Shaman, so you can cast your Healing Wave and Chain Heals a little bit faster. The Tidal Waves change, I think, is kind of a nothing burger, but the Ascendance change is cool, because every Healing Wave you cast also casts another one at like 50% strength, so it feels pretty good. So, yeah. Cell doesn't exist yet. Still being worked on. Still being worked on.
Put a stop to this, heroes.
As heaven falls, heaven falls. You need to improve click casting? Use dangerous frames. Your bench is back? Oh, where you at? You doing some like 355 crazy stuff?
Have you come to trade?
I'm getting through some plateau I had for bench. It's slowly getting there, man. I feel like I gotta make tons of progress on leg days, but the bench progress is just a pain. You can hit 365, 375 for a single any day you lift. Holy shit. You're a monster, dude. I'm doing like 135 at bench. It's a pain. Is it making my lifts go up? I'm gonna have to, man. I'm gonna have to. Just takes time. Yeah, I'm like comfortable squatting 225 now. I spent most of this month working on like depth and like pause squats at lower weights to just like make sure I got like full all the way down. Got like 6'4", getting like all the way freaking down. 135 for like 6, I think, and then I usually do like 3 sets of like 5 or 6. Yeah, do 2 sets of warm up and then 3 sets of like working sets. Yeah. Yeah, pause squats. I was doing Tuesday at like 135 and then 185 for like 4 to 5 seconds, and then today I did 5 total sets for squats, but I did 2 sets at 225 for 5 reps. Not pause squats, but just, you know, full range of motion. And I was like finally like getting that like good depth and everything like that. I gotta work on turning pounds to kilograms. Not in this stream. Oh shit. In this stream we use American metrics. Saved it. I still haven't fallen off and like fallen on my face yet for this treadmill. Yeah, American freedom units. I literally like stuck my entire palm underneath my desk to like pull me closer to the desk. One of these days it's gonna happen. One of these days. Increase those numbers. Well, I'll keep on drinking these protein shakes. I did have half a pound of ground beef and rice for lunch, and it was really good. I just made a huge bowl of it and mixed everything together and just horked it down before stream. I was like, oh, this feels amazing. No, it wasn't. It actually was. I put in a bunch of like hot sauce and stuff. It was great. It was great. I'll take a picture next time. I'll send it to you, John. I haven't fully biffed it on the treadmill, no. You used to add seasoning. You make the rice and then you add chicken broth to it. And then you have ground beef and then you add in, I had some like hot and spicy seasoning that I added to it. Just enough to get your nose running a little. Yeah. Oh yeah, always gotta be jasmine rice. Always gotta be jasmine rice. I did, yeah. I've used all your seasonings.
Do you have any news?
I put the habanero on chicken. Yeah. It is really good. It's very, very good.
Remember, everything has its use.
You get beta access by pre-ordering the expansion. Yeah. I think it's the higher cost version of the expansion. You know. Gotta give Blizzard their money. Yeah, I think I've gained like 2 or 3 pounds this month. Consistently. Yeah. So we're working on the road to 200 pounds this year.
One day at a time, friend.
I think Paladin's gonna be pretty good. I think Paladin's gonna be pretty good now that they made the changes. So, fatter. Thanks, Corrupt. You can't get to me. I was like 230 in Shadowlands. I was like 230 and like mega unhealthy. This is the oldest I've ever been, and this is also the healthiest I've ever been. Join me at 230. I don't think I could reach 230 healthily. I'm gonna try to do like 210, like max.
Dark portals are tearing open reality, allowing shadow
Yep.
energy to pour into our realm. Put a stop.
All unhealthy during Shadowlands, all sat inside curing COVID. Yeah. Yeah, well, that was great. Buy some roids and stay at your weight and bench 300 easy. It's tempting, man. It's tempting. One of my friends, his friend is on roids, and he's freakishly big. Yeah. Other games do I play? I play a lot of Marvel Rivals right now. Yeah. I'm like GM 1 right now. The highest I've ever been is Celestial 1. I still have not gotten to Eternity. But I play supports in that game. I think it's super fun. I like playing Apex, but I was never that good at it. I got to like Diamond pretty consistently. Yep. Not worth the health impact of juice. Yeah, but imagine being huge. And I'm 6'4". Ah, it's not fair, man. Why can't they just like be things without consequences? You know? You need Roy's to bench 300. I know, but you just need an enormous amount of time, Drew.
4, 3,
We'll get there.
1.
I don't know about getting to 300 pounds bench, but you know, if I got to like 225, I'd be ecstatic.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What up, Grape? Bro, we're about to do some crazy shit. Yeah, I'm gonna do this button. This is a good button. That was a double subjugator. I think the names are too big. Hard to look big when you're over 191 centimeters. Been training for a year, still feel small. Yeah. I know what you mean, man. Oh, I burned my Phantasm Dispel too early. In raids, how you spread atonements? You, Sorry, I'm working on my shit. Just live, bros. Don't worry about it. Where are you going? No, we don't like that. There we go. Yeah, I think that's a little better. Where would you guys put the debuffs so that they're more visual? Check my guides. Exclamation mark guides if you want to learn how to play Disc Priest. Ed writes, I have a full like write-up and everything there. How you doing, Karn? I thought there would be a way. To make this get pushed in front of the name, but I guess not. I know, so much going on, Lucy. But yeah, how to play disc? Right there. Look at the debuffs, like Shadow Word Pain and Penance right there, and trying to figure out how to like properly position that. That's what I'm trying to do right now. I guess this is fine. Alright. Pally had his changes reverted, Malone, but they haven't been fixed. Yeah. Don't know what reverse pyramid training is. Never heard of that. Plans for Fellowship? I think it's what, next week or 2 weeks from now? I think I'll play some. I did see, is that when the new healer's coming out? Because I saw the design. It looked really good. Yeah. I do Disc Priest training every day, Lucy. Come on now. Come on now. Am I at a green tea monster? No, I actually have a full case still remaining. I have a full case of green tea monster remaining. I just have so much caffeine in my pre-workout in the morning that like if I have more caffeine from like a monster or something like that, I get like, it gets difficult to see. Basically, and that's not a good thing to have happen.
Disrupting their efforts would
Yeah, so as much as I really want to drink coffee because I just really enjoy the taste of like black cold brew, I just can't right now. So I'm drinking black tea, which has some like low caffeine count. Yeah, I don't know how else to describe it. It's like difficult to see if I have like too much caffeine. I'm traveling to for a race? Who knows? Who knows? Who's to say? Stupid question, how to move the damage frames. You look up at the top of the page and there's a button that says unlock. Oh, I like Arizona green teas. Well, I prefer like Arnold Palmer's, but there's so much sugar. Oh my god, dude. I need like, I don't need half and half. I need like 80% and 20% or something like that. Yeah. No healers do damage. Healer damage is fake. Healer damage is very fake. This is Blizzard's damage meters, but they show more stuff because it's on beta. Yeah. The ESPN Arnold Palmer commercial. Yeah, he like walks up and he's like, I'll have an Arnold. He's like, Arnold Palmer. And he's like, I'm like Scott Van Pelt or something like that. Right? I think I know what you're talking about. It's a shame that ESPN just doesn't really show that many, like game highlights anymore, and it's all like these talking head shows all the time, because I would watch it more. Yep. Is it better or worse for healer damage to matter? I think there's a sweet spot that you should have for healer damage to matter. The lunch break room in Arnold Palmer is making an Arnold Palmer. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of an older one then, because I saw one where... Oh, no. He, like, orders... He's like, I'll have a tea and lemonade. And he's like, oh, Arnold Palmer. And he's like, no. I'm like, Jim so-and-so. Yeah. I don't know what I was doing, but I was watching old ESPN commercials the other day. Yeah. Sports Center commercials. Yeah. Well, because, like, I grew up with that kind of stuff. You know, is my dad and I have two brothers. And so that was kind of like, you know, some of the early morning stuff we would put on that everybody would agree on. Yeah. Which healers are in heaven for mana checks? Druid, shaman. Yep. We found the elevator music. What is this? There we go. Yo, thanks, Isaac. Move that. Kind of wanted to use Advantage there, but it was a little bit weird to do it because I was also taking a ton of damage. Yeah, Distil has good shields. Yeah. Not as insane as they used to be. They still got good shields. Yeah, this nerf for Disc was like pretty minor. I can't believe I'm doing 150k HPS. What the fuck? It doesn't feel like it. It really doesn't feel like it. I mean, yeah, it's not like Season 2 Disc, but like, it's still super good. It's still super good. Yo, what up, Clippy? Yeah, I think Resto Shaman's probably the most mana efficient healer. These guys are gonna be on tour with the Fray later this year. Ooh, are they coming to Austin? I need to make some plans to go see some concerts and stuff this year. Go see some shows. I didn't do ACL this year. Or I guess technically last year. Big pumper healers in raid. Discipline priest. Tragic. There's tragic things happening right now. It's not looking good for our heroes. Okay, it's looking a little bit better for our heroes. I'm gonna do a video on my player house whenever I have somebody design it for me. Yeah. Or whenever beta goes down and I'm devoid of content and then I start working on it then. Yeah. I don't know, either one. I plan to make a cool house. But it's going to be kind of like that whole Apple iPhone. It's going to be like designed in California, you know? Not actually going to be made by me. I know. I don't know which gremlin logged onto my computer and turned on healing numbers. I got to turn that off. I got to turn that shenanigans off. I don't think it's a double disc angle. It's possible, but I don't think it's gonna be the case. I'm running Dander's frames. Yeah, Plea deserves a bind. Plea's gonna be a good enough button to utilize. Mainly for raids, but I'm sure there'll be a home for it occasionally in keys, once or twice a key. You already have a disc and a druid. What else? I think Paladin. Yeah. Have you felt a bit different in my limited raid testing with the loss of weak auras and boss mods? No, not at all. There already were boss fights beforehand. There already were boss fights that like didn't need auras, and now it just feels like all the bosses are like that. Like there's gonna be value in having reminder alerts and whatnot. Why drop healing numbers? I don't want to see any of it. They don't do proper tuning of like PTR. Like PTR and beta usually don't have proper tuning for what it's going to eventually be like on live. Of course. I hope that we get some 5-heal fights though. That would be insane. Okay, let's get this shit back on track here. Exclamation mark UI, Cotton. Read it, Drew. One of them is a vertical frame. Because the people wanted vertical frames. Come on, silly. You know the answer. Fights for DK grip? Probably. Probably. I think I was reading something in the Dungeon Journal about it. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe like crit mastery for Oracle gaming. Likely. Get off my nuts, Void Infusers. Yeah, what happened last time, Sputs, is you wanted like a certain amount of... Oh my god. Alright. Alright. There was an attempted homicide going on right there. We stopped it though. And what happened before was like you would get a certain amount of haste, then you just go into crit mastery. But it usually was like a small amount. You could get into it really quickly. Yep. It's probably like VDH best tank again, because they just bring a million things for crowd control. As usual. I mean, you could spend Holy Power on Shield of the Righteous and give you some mana back, but that's kind of the only reason you would use it. Either damage is a joke this season. Great tank tier list. I heard people were saying it was like DK and Brew, but who knows? Prez for raid seems stackable? No. Prez and discs share the same niche. Should have just shadow melded from the beginning. So if anything, you could bring like one Prez, but I don't think you're running double. And it's been pretty rare where you brought one disc and one Prez. It was like, we were talking about it yesterday, it was like Razageth, and that was the only time. And that was also because disc was like really busted for that shield phase in Razageth. And a walker? No, I'm not 100 years old. I'm on a walking pad. I don't got the walker with the tennis balls. Yeah, old Grandpa Jack. Ain't there yet. Just haven't seen the changes that buff Prez. You're right, Lucy, I haven't. I don't have your connects, man. I don't have your leaks. Oh, holy shit, man. What are we doing? What are we doing?
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
The darkness takes you
Yeah, I've talked about it a bunch, Lou. I don't like having too much strength getting tied to our void shields. It makes your smite feel worse. Probably my biggest thing. Yep. Lay it on me, a shaman save or completely screwed. I think it just like performs well, but it's kind of just mediocre to play. Like it's not that fun to play. Yeah. Farseer felt fine to play. I just Riptide and Healing Wave. Yeah. Can't make me druid, I refuse. You will play druid or else. To the re-education camps. You don't do that anymore? Then like what are you gonna do as Farseer? You're not gonna chain heal. Yeah. I don't like having to burn Pain Sup and Evangelism for that. Yeah, I click cast. Shift middle for Radiance. Shift right for shield. Left click for flash. Tanks having issues healing. I just never really see any blood decays. I don't know if I would say I have issues with them, but they just they just don't exist. You know? Void Weaver disc is probably gonna be screwed until like the 0.5 patch, Trucker. If I had to guess. Does healing differ between tanks? I don't really know how to answer that, to be honest. This is doing great. Anybody saying this is cooked is just lying. It's unfortunate that they chose to nerf a spot where, like, it makes your atonement feel worse. I don't like where they nerf disc. I would rather they nerf it, for example, in, like, the void shields. But, like, this is still very, very good. Yeah. Aren't people complaining about CS being removed? You had a hard cast flash. Isn't it good they got it reverted or what? It's a long story. So they removed Crusader Strike and they reduced the cooldown of your abilities. And there was two lines of complaints. there was the line of complaint that there's not much interaction for your abilities. You kind of just hit the buttons and then they're good, and they just do stuff. And then there's also the line of thinking that if there was downtime, you would just cast Flashlight to be able to give you resources, and you just kind of go with that, and it'd be it. The problem is they just reverted everything back to the same old, which meant that you were just casting less shocks, less judgments, and it was just a worse situation because you had to do more work for a worse benefit, basically. And good night. Nice. So they go 100% on either full melee or full range. I don't care. I would prefer a melee playstyle, but like obviously the way they were doing it was going to be really, really aids. But yeah, I think the problem with Paladin was they were trying to please everybody. And when you try to please everybody, you please nobody. Yeah. They missed one. I think. They did. Rage. He's walking into it. Stop. Stop, tank. Please. Please stop walking into it. Oh no. Don't worry, I will get it. Yeet. Priest help save Pally. Now Pally's help us save Voidweaver. There we go. That's the narrative I'm gonna push. Oh my goodness.
Feel the fallen Naru's power. It beckons me.
Why do I disc so much? Because it's fun.
Destiny, Illyria.
Yeah.
There will be choices to make
Very fun.
and consequences to face.
I think this is better than Druid in raids, not in M+. Yeah. Why would not, Druid not beat Disc and Raids? Because this is more healing and brings more damage reduction. But also, you just bring both of them. Like, both of them would be in the world first if the world first started tomorrow. Hope they don't touch Disc unless it's to buff them. Yeah. Let's get more buffs. Oh, man. Prez is good in raids, but that's about it. I don't know if you'd bring it to world first, though. Master Terrace. Plea is mainly something you use in raids. I don't think I cast Plea a single time in that key. Just booming and M plus a new thing. If you run into situations where you might like need extra healing, I guess you kind of are just resolved to like flash shield more. If you're casting shield on cooldown, you must run shield discipline because shield costs quite a bit of mana as well. Stream on 1080p. Yeah. I don't really see the point of streaming 1440 for WoW.
Chick Bluff.
Yo, Pope. Thank you for the 61 months. This thing lately where I just vibe when it comes to talents, pick some stuff and pray. That's a fun way to do it, man. I feel ya. World first started tomorrow. Would you bet on H Pally? World first, if it started tomorrow, it would be like Disc Priest, H Pally, Resto Druid. A lot of debate on the fourth one. I think the fourth one is always the hardest to guess because that might be related to like maybe it'd be a shaman if like Enhancer Ellie were bad. I don't know. Maybe it'd be Prez for like another time spiral because you want like a bunch of those for something, you know. Because World First is always a mixture of healing value and raid utility, you know? But I think Diz Priest, Resto Druid, and Pally are very safe bets. Yeah. Oh, I see. Some monks done 20s on beta. Is everyone saying it's awful because the feel of the tuning? I think it's just not as good as other options. I don't know. Did they do like a 20 Algathar Academy? Because, like, yeah, that one's going to be pretty easy. They even buffed Croth, but, like, that's probably the easiest heal check dungeon. But that's a lot different than doing, like, a 20 Magister's Terrace or a 20 Mizara Caverns. You know?
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Storm.
Every key? I'd probably guess they're running, like, a billion Warlocks and Bug Specs or something like that. Yeah. But I mean, all the monk mains are saying it's not as good. I don't think that the utility it brings to the table is as good as the other options.
5,
So
4, 3, 2, 1.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry.
yeah, that's the other thing is like
The Cynosure of Twilight.
people are like, well, it's done this thing, so it's good. And it's like, but like, why? You know, we have some specs that are doing many multiples higher damage and healing and everything than everybody else. Holy shit, this tank's getting his body rocked. Okay, I guess Monk's meta. Cancel all buffs to Monk. First time in history to know Breeze. First time in a while. Nerevar Palace? Yeah. I use unhalted unit frames. Yeah.
You were warned, Umbric. The terrace is forever closed to you. Now leave before...
Of course he left a message for me. I'm afraid we'll have to incapacitate the guards.
I have no idea how I edited the add-ons, but it's been ages, man. Go into your bind setting in damage frames, and there's like an advanced option for all the click casting where you can turn off click casting on non-raid frames. Oh, rip. Rip tank. Mythus, thank you for the new sub, dude. Let's just hit this button. Double Breeze meta? Dude, I would love that. That would be sick.
How I've missed
That would be sick.
but we can't afford to linger.
And we'll see, Goof. That's right, pal. You got the buffs, man.
To think Ramoth would
Holy can only pray? Yeah. Holy Priest has a lot of mana concerns in raids and in keys. You don't have any good way to like pace your mana. And so what ends up happening a lot is you're smiting for surge procs. It's really irritating. But the problem is, you know, Holy Priest development is like extremely low prio for Blizzard. And like it historically has been. It historically has been. And the community is too like fragmented to actually like get a, I don't know, what would you call it? The Holy Priest community is like too casual and like too fragmented to build up the like political will to get Blizzard to do the kind of stuff that they do to Paladin.
Go no further, Umbric.
Yeah.
These new defenses were specially made with you in mind.
The plea button replaces the renew button, which you only ever used in raids, basically. What does it say about Blizzard that you need political clout for a class to get balance? It's called the open mouth gets fed. And And the person who told the joke the loudest in the room gets the laughs. I think this feels great. Yeah. Like a little nerf the other day, but not a big deal. Yo, thank you, Sam. I wouldn't say always, John. Barriers is not as powerful as Uppies, because Uppies not only does a lot of penance damage, but it also stacks up a penance dot. And that's from the Searing Light talent. So it's really, really powerful. Defensive penance, care pal, yeah. Just defensive penance them.
All students must follow policy. Policy demands compliance. Proceeding with impairment. Please remain still. Policy demands compliance.
Y'all know the truth. I don't know about that.
Proceeding with impairment. Refueling. Please stand by.
I don't know, I think another part of it is also like Blizzard sometimes is and sometimes is not in the mindset to actually make changes. Sometimes they just send shit and then they go on and go next, you know?
Disciplinary measures.
Trying to, Kane. Trying to.
Policy demands compliance.
People don't want to soak.
Suppressive measures.
Yeah. I'll play Drakthir on progress, probably, yeah.
Distraction terminated.
That's how you write your code to send it. Why have a QA team if you're not gonna let them QA? Yeah, I mean, it's nothing new. I can't tell you over the years how many stories I've heard of like people joining Blizzard as, you know, a priest main, let's say, and then they try to communicate to the devs about like a priest change, and they're like, this is bad for these reasons, and the devs are like, no, we're not gonna follow that, we're just gonna do what we want to do. Like, you know, tale as old as time. Tale as old as time. HPs would fight fire with fire. They might get a buff or a rework. I make the videos. They either don't watch them or they ignore them. What can you do? Like I literally do the exact same thing for every single spec, so I don't really think I have that much like clout or pull or whatever. Because I'll make the same comments or the same statements or whatever it is on a video, and like sometimes stuff happens, sometimes stuff doesn't. So I don't know if,
Are tearing open reality.
you know, Bobby Paladin watches a video and then, you know, Stephen Priest doesn't or what, but it's just random. It's just random. I'm more convinced that it's based on the dev and how much they actually play it. Be more aggressive. I literally made a video about Holy and Mistweaver, and I was like, will they ever be meta? And nothing came of it. I mean, Holy got a 10% buff, so that's not true. Holy Priest got a 10% buff after that video, but Monk got like nothing. I got Manatee change, and that was about it. I don't know. I'm kind of into like, just, you know, give the thoughts in the video. Whatever happens, happens. Yeah. Yeah. That's all you can do. Yeah, I mean, it's so weird. Like, it boggles my imagination as to why, like, Druid is the top healer for a long time and nothing's happened. But there's nothing I can do about it. Whatever. Say devs, the people writing the code, probably have little say. It's the designers. Yeah, that's probably a more accurate way to put it. I mean, shit, like, Priest has had the worst mobility and the worst defensives forever. And, like, that's not changing because PvP, right? Double jump's really good, Twin. There's always a bunch of knockbacks in Raid, and so being able to negate the knockback effect with a double jump is really good. It's also good mobility. You can double jump while you're channeling a penance, and that way you can have basically a sprint while you're penancing. Stuff like that. Yeah. Go to your binds menu, Cotton. Yeah, it's just like more consistent movement. Oh, that one's not that good. What dirt do Paladins have on Blizzard? They just made a bad change. They just made a bad change and they couldn't ignore the backlash. Yeah, let me know if they are, McLazy. Druid is S tier in keys, probably Disc Priest as well, maybe like S minus. Disc is S tier in raids, along with like Pally and Druid. Pally's probably A tier, but still in world first, I would say. They buff right after they cried. I mean, it's literally that they just play those classes. I'm pretty convinced that it's just like the classes that Blizzard plays, they'll get more changes. You know? And if they enjoy playing them, they play it more, and it's like a self-fulfilling cycle. Because like, why else would like VDH have all the crowd control as the world as a tank, and still just constantly be meta forever? You know? Will Night Elves ever be able to be Pallies, or Shadow Meld on a Pally 2 OP? I don't know. They bait and swapped us with that Pally questline in Legion. Yeah. A race for M+? Night Elf. Night Elf be the preferred option. Wanna play as Prez? Well, because they don't do a good job with it, basically. Because they don't do a good job with it, and I don't think that they invest enough in like people who main their classes, or like employing enough class devs and giving them like the time and space to like play stuff. It's so silly because then they'll also say some shit like, oh, if we hire more devs, it doesn't mean the project goes faster. But then they like pull devs from class design to have them go work on other projects. Just like blows my fucking mind. Yeah, Kalamazoo's gonna be freezing in Florida. Starting to be freezing. Started to like Crusader Strike being gone? Well, you're in luck because it's gonna stay gone. Yeet. Shadow Fiend's not worth it? No, because Shadow Fiend is new. It doesn't activate Shadow Covenant anymore. Shadow Covenant got pruned. And you activate your Shadow Fiend by casting Shadow or Death on a target. And you also have to put 2 points into Abyssal Reverie to reach it, which is really expensive because then that might take away points from Dot Spread or Harsh Discipline or Holy Damage or whatever. So, yeah. What do I think about the Chinese guilds? I don't know. It's just a Chinese guild. They're just people, you know? Like you and me. What up, Lorian? Abundance doesn't reduce the cast amount regrowth. Any take on this? It does make the gameplay slower, but there was also some pretty high degeneracy available with it. So I think that's fine. I think having like super big swings in the speed of your gameplay is a little bit weird, you know?
Tearing open reality, allowing shadow.
How do I feel about the combined streaming thing on Twitch? I like to stream it on YouTube because there's some people that prefer it. I don't know, just gives people more options. I have Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok chat all up. So, however, I'm just happy people are here, you know? However people want to watch. Doesn't bother me.
5,
You're probably wondering how I got here.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Any holy man miss pain to tag mobs instant? Yep.
5,
I feel you.
4, 3,
I feel you.
2, 1.
Bro. We are going in. We are in there like swimwear. There's two of them. There's two. God, remember that time where Axel sees Roxas pull out 2 Keyblades and he's like, 2! That's how it felt. This guy had a double stack of negative heal absorb on him. I was like, there's no way I'm clearing that. I did 140k, the tank did 150k. I think those are also negative heal absorbs there. Oh man. The Druid would have gotten it. Yeah, that's why they're S plus tier. That's why they're the best. That's why they're him. I also miss Kingdom Hearts. I miss when I understood what was happening in Kingdom Hearts. Got it memorized. Yep. There we go. We live. Ruby is just him right now. Just happy to be included. I'm always a Druid main. Now it feels like I'm meta chasing because I've been strong lately. Yeah, that's always the tough part, right? When you've just been playing a spec for years. And then when it's their turn to be meta, like, oh, you're just playing it because it's strong. Yeah. Nah, the Blizzard damage meters are, you know, suboptimal. Suboptimal in some ways. Oh, live! Some videos keep saying Holy is feeling good in gameplay, but I see you playing Disc. I was playing Holy at the start of the stream. Yeah. Disc is stronger overall, yeah, but you can just play what you like, man. You're gonna find me playing all the healers on stream. Yep, Crusader strike has been reverted.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
I don't think Liberation does enough damage to really bother taking it. Yeah. Up, Cabbage.
Dark portals are tearing open reality, allowing shadow.
Well, I like asked if I had mana. I'm like, no, it just like had way too much damage going out. Yeah. I like Flame. Yeah, you can play Pally at range, basically. It's like mid-range.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I use EQOL to hide my action bars.
5, 4,
Yeah.
3.
Yeah, Pally's still counted as like a melee healer. All right.
Your survival.
Cell doesn't exist
wasn't
right now.
necessary.
Maybe next month. Yeah, they had the piety nerf 15%, and now it's 15% damage for preventative measures. Yeah. Yep. All right, let's lock in.
Dark portals are tearing open reality, allowing shadow energy to pour into our realm. Put a stop to this, heroes.
What housing decor is there on my walls? Couple of things. Healing symbol, horde symbol. I think you know what those are. Star Fox, Zero Fox Given. This is it's kind of hard to see. This is the oldest display I have. It's Cloud and Sora in Nightmare Before Christmas outfits. To the right of that is the Nightmare Before Christmas poster with Jack and Sally. And there's a Blade Runner poster. There's my grandfather's service flag. It's my Twitch trophy for 5 million hours watched. These are the Way of Kings leather-bound novels. That's a 3D print of one of my pictures from casting MDI in Australia. And I got a Sega Dreamcast back there. That's that white box. And I just finished reading The Way of Shadows. There you go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
5.
Yeah, I think Pally's back,
4,
Keegan.
3.
I think Pally's back.
2, 1.
I think this is still fine after the nerf. I think it's still really good. They nerfed Piety from 20% overheal to 15% overheal just for disc. And then they nerfed preventative measures from a 20% smite and penance buff to a 15% smite and penance buff. Yeah, it's not like the end of the world. It's not like the end of the world or anything like that. Every single one of them is on me. It's 19 seconds? Yeah, I should be fine here. I should be fine. Nice.
The Shadow Guard is
Still Rusted Druid meta? Yep.
Disrupting their
Void Weaver is really bad right now. Barba.
commander here has a particular
Eh.
item that would be useful to me.
I plan to just play both, Corey. At this point, Pally's probably gonna be my primary alt for like split runs and stuff like that with my guild. Yeah, Twin Side Atonement had positives and negatives. There's actually the negative of the Twin Side Atonement application kind of messing with your ramps and raid, because they would apply these atonements that like don't automatically get refreshed, and that makes it harder to make sure you have like your full blanket atonement on everybody. Oh.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Druid's definitely ahead of the pack by a big margin, but who knows if Blizzard's gonna nerf it. No idea. Disc isn't that hard to learn. I got all kinds of content about how easy and hard it is to learn healers. I like just made a video about that if you want to check it out. Goes pretty in depth. Oh, PVW. Tried your H-Priest the other day. Couldn't stop laughing about how bad it was. Have you played Archon yet? Because Archon's pretty sick.
Dark portals are tearing
It's pretty sick.
Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four, three, two.
I wish I could tell you what killed the mage on that last pull, but the damage meters are so bad at being able to interpret that information that I can't tell you. Like, I don't know what kills him here. I assume it's a bolt. I assume it's some kind of bolt, but...
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Yeah, Umbral Bolt. But they die during their CDs, so like it's all just gone. Umbral Bolt, Umbral Bolt. Oh, it was his kick. Okay. Top 10 add-ons? I don't know about 10 add-ons, but I'll do an add-on video for sure. I'll do a couple add-on videos, but like the devs I've talked to for add-on stuff, I've talked about like adding different features and menus and things like that. So like I was gonna do like a Danner's frame thing, but I expect there to be a couple more updates. But yeah, we'll do more. Yeah. Well, I'll have guides out coming out soon, Azanor. Once I stop changing shit. Once they stop changing shit. Yeah, Archon Holy Priest PVW is the way to go.
allowing shadow energy to
Yeah, I got my guides on Wowhead and stuff if you want to check for like talent builds. But basically you have a talent called Spirit Well that allows you to cast your Prayer of Healing off a Surge proc. So it costs half as much mana. And Archon makes your Apotheosis even stronger. So you're like really cooldown based. And your direct healing is really strong. They also nerfed Prayer of Mending in beta, which then went to, you know, live right now. And that also made Oracle a lot worse. A lot worse. Yep. There we go. CS is Crusader Strike.
4, 3,
Bunch of drama
2,
yesterday about how
1.
Crusader Strike was added to the spec for Paladins and did some things to make the spec worse, and now they've removed it, and
4,
we are so
3,
back.
2, 1.
There we go. Were the recent disc nerfs enough to put it in the Doom state for Raid? No. No. Disc fucking owns in Raid, man. So, if you ever end up talking to a Blizzard employee, be like, oh yeah, those are plenty of nerfs. Don't worry about it, man. I'm just saying. The game is a lot more fun when Disc is the best healer in Raids. It's a lot more fun for everybody, I think, probably. Disc is definitely better in M+, but holy lord. But I think Holy's in a better position for M+ than it was in War Within by a pretty good margin. Yeah. A paint's not available in the CD manager. Might be hidden. Might be hidden. Alright, this is the scary one right here. The Stromus. Thank you for the new sub, dude. No idea if Druid will get a nerf. I think it should get a nerf, but I don't know if it will get a nerf.
Shadow Guard is building up its presence near the temple.
Disrupting their efforts would benefit us all. Also, their commander here has a particular item that would be useful to me.
Figure out their motives and put a stop to their efforts.
Make clap and AoE taunt and plus thunderclap. Then where's the fun gameplay of tanks losing threat? Yeah, we killed it. I was about to hit uppies, but then we killed it fast enough. We had the first iteration of Temporal Anomaly. Get that guy. Ban him. Get him with hammers. Guilty of tier 1 thought crime. Yeah, I heckin' love it when tanks lose threat because Blizzard doesn't give them enough threat. It's so fun. Love watching the best tanks in the world fight for threat. Not here, but man. Start watching some of the best tank streamers like Dookies and high-end groups and everything, and they're like struggling, pressing the perfect rotation and everything. I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, what's on check power if you don't abuse it, John? True, you will wait for 3 Sunders. Or else. Dude, Phantasm is so OP. Hi there, Milky. Yeah, I figured why not. I think I've been doing the TikTok stuff for like a week now. Just redeem a skill or Apex talent, love some kind of empowerment. It's so funny because Blizzard's like, you technically can, but like you just can't. Like, it's just something they're forcing, you know. I would love it if we didn't have to, man. I would love it. How you play Atonements? Cast Radiance in 5 minutes. Yeah. If you're looking at raids, I'd recommend checking out the Wowhead guides because there's a whole like breakdown for the rotation and explanation on how it works. Exclamation mark guides has that. I'll have some videos and stuff coming up. There's Holy Icon in the details because the Blizzard stuff is, you know, buggy, I guess.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
I'm doing 200k HPS and we died. Oh man. This is good stress testing. This is good stress testing. Why is this guy doing so much fucking damage? All right. Difficulty difference between pre-patch and midnight. Pre-patch is kind of like built to be super, super, super easy. Yeah. Because there's always historically like random things that are imbalanced. So they just always err it on the side of being as easy as possible. Yeah. H Pally's back, Gmot. That's right. I haven't played Magic in a long time. Yeah. Someone at the Magic tournament made 2 billion tokens and won the game. Hell yeah. Healing gets more interested at midnight. I think healing is going to be awesome at midnight. There's definitely some dungeons that are, you know, overtuned right now in beta, and they have to, you know, make sure that they're at like a good level. This dungeon has like crazy levels of damage right now. But it's definitely not boring. I'll tell you that. It's definitely not boring. I can't grip it. I can't grip him. Best two healers, Disc Priest and Rest of Druid.
Not be interrupted.
Need to buff Prez? That they do. That they do. Adam lets you grow default raid frames from right to left. Don't know about that, but you could just use Dander's frames, and then that you can grow from left to right. Exclamation mark UI has all my UI stuff.
Near the entrance to the temple, feebly trying to break in. Eliminating him will give us an opportunity to get in ourselves. I'll see to opening the way once he's taken care of.
Animations for procs? That's just default UI. You turned them off somehow. Yeah. Would I turn them on? Google search, my dude. Look it up. It's some kind of console script, I know that much. Holy Pally gameplay? Nope, because current Holy Pally still has Crusader Strike. They haven't implemented the Crusader Strike revert. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not ChatGPT. Internet's free. Seems to work on some form of electricity. I get that reference. Which was also in that same movie. It really is, Gray. It really is. They're playing the opening for the Super Bowl, by the way. Yo, what up next? Thank you for the new sub, dude. And Weedra, thank you for the prime. Holy changes? Holy Pally? Nah. Nah.
I shall bring you to your twilight.
Damn it. There are entirely too many orbs flying around here.
Your light fades.
There's just too many orbs flying around. Yeah, I don't know why they have Bad Bunny for the halftime show. But they were probably like, well, if the people are not going to watch that, we should probably have something that people will recognize. Yeah. Damn, them buffing these dungeons is ridiculous. Well, there's just so many orbs going out that it's pretty easy to get clipped by these ads. Yeah, I don't know if anybody plays either. I just know it's going to be all in Spanish, so I'm going to have no idea what's going on.
I sense
Yeah, either I know heal. I know, man.
from within.
Yes, the Naru. We must get inside. Illyria, the
We interpret? Yeah, if you could just tell me every lyric while the song's going on, that'd be sick. Yep.
The way is open.
Yeah.
Chaos. Such anguish. I have never sensed anything like it before.
It is rare that a Naru falls into void this way. The few cases I know of have occurred when mortals were involved.
Probably better if you don't understand the lyrics.
Such musings can wait, though. This entity must die.
Well, rip. Sure.
Look out!
Dude, man. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Oh, I don't have any left. Yeah. Jeez. Playing Fellowship now. True.
Incoming!
So true.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Well, not by that much, Jared. Not enough to like make it worthwhile. Not enough to actually make it worthwhile. Guess this is so bad I'd stop damage to interrupt because healers don't have them now. You hit the stop damage. You had to stop damage to hit your interrupt button. Dude, this dungeon is insane, man. After they buffed all the dungeon damage. They buffed all the damage in dungeons, basically like a full key level. That was pretty ridiculous. I feel like I'm pressing my buttons. Oh, chastise? No, they've never had that. That's a holy word. That's a holy button. What's the reason to use Mind Blast in rotation? Because it activates Power of the Dark Side through Dark Indulgence. So you cast Mind Blast and it activates Power of the Dark Side. Power of the Dark Side buffs your penance. It makes it stronger. Yeah. Who gets the first Lego of Midnight? Wait, there's legendaries? Make Shadow Fiend so ass? I got no idea. So they didn't implement the H-Pally Crusader Strike. Yeah. They didn't implement the Crusader Strike. Revert. Yep. At least last I checked. I can triple check. Unless they did some kind of stealth change anytime between now and 3 hours ago when I checked last. Yeah. Nope. Crusader Strike's still there. It's just Radiance and Uppies, Wink. Yep. It's just Radiance and Uppies. So like, you could play it, but then you're just playing. You're playing yesterday's. You're playing yesterday's Holy Pallor. Otherwise, I would. You guessing Demon Hunter's like a legendary? Illidan's Return? Oh, yeah. Okay, I thought it was like announced. My bad. I was like, did I miss some news? Yeah, I mean, this got nerfed. Disc got nerfed and everything like that. Oh, it cleared everything. I still think Disc is really strong. I think they just buffed the dungeons and like Druid's just the best healer for it. They buffed the dungeons on what, Wednesday? Because I mean, I'm kind of using like around 100k as being like good healing, and I'm doing like there are some pulls I did like 200k and I popped every fucking cooldown in the world. Like that boss, you have to be sustaining like 120, 130 or something like that to be comfortable, and like shit just hurts. Dungeon just hurts. Yeah. New player to WoW, but a veteran in MMOs. What healer do I suggest? Check out my video on easiest, hardest healers. I mean, it'll also give you a look through on like how they play, which might be more appealing to you. But there's no healer that's like so difficult you couldn't pick up, you know? You probably are more likely to just want to go for something that like you find appealing and learn it that way. But there's not any that I would be like, ooh, don't play this one, you know? Yeah. Shift V, Larager. Yeah. I can't find, like, you can see everybody's names here, but I can't seem to find why I can't see them in dungeons, but it works in raids. It's very weird. It's very, very weird. Yeah, I think Druid's just the overall best M+ healer. Anything About her, he's too stoned. Hmm. I think what it is the name only. I think the name only is not showing the icon large enough. Yeah. I mean, Druid's probably doing Giga Healing and just maintaining high output by like playing around their Life Bloom and then Hots, regrowths. Yeah. I don't know if they're going to nerf Druid, guys. I mean, not everybody gets fair balance and everything in beta. I don't know. I guess I got to crank up the size, but yeah. 200%. Maybe that'll work. I think you move Life Bloom around now because every time you Swift Bend, you activate. Every time you activate or consume Soul of the Forest, you cause your Life Bloom to go like tick super, super hard. So, I mean, if I was doing Seat on Druid in that run, I'd probably put Life Bloom on myself a bunch because then I could just activate Soul of the Forest and I would get insane amounts of Life Blooms. And then I would just be like super, super safe the entire time. But I think you have to move it around depending on who the most vulnerable person is. But if there's like equal damage happening all the time, it would probably be just Life Bloom yourself and play safe. Graveyard, thank you for the prime. Yep. Surely Druid are probably getting nerfed. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. If I could accurately predict what's going to happen to... Like, who would have guessed that, like, what happened the past couple days with Crusader Strike? Who knows, right? Who freaking knows? No, I'm not sure, Con. That's the biggest thing that's driving me crazy, man. Yeah. Surely locks get nerfed? Yeah. Surely we get justice. They'll buff some underperforming class like mage. It hasn't happened yet in beta. Yeah, they haven't actually implemented it properly. Leave Warlock alone. Do I use the talent that puts Efflow in the Life Bloom target? Yeah, it's super powerful one. It's really, really good. It's really, really good. It's a CS's Crusader Strike. Those will never actually nerf Maze or Warlock. Don't get gaslit. Oh, I got Gilded of the Ethereal. Wow. Alright, let me run to the bathroom real fast. I think we'll do a Druid key after that. Alright, one sec. Give me a sec. I think I'm a little crabby, so I'm heating up some food. One sec. Alrighty. What did I miss? Can't wait for Mage to get another rework. Isn't it like one of the Mage specs is really boring and people are really unhappy about it? Was it like Fire that people are unhappy about? Yeah, Fire's very basic. I don't think I've seen people play Fire. It seems like it's kind of a trend. Like, there's a couple of classes and specs out there that are like really, really over basic. And people are probably gonna like avoid those like the plague. But isn't it gonna be really insane if you see like new players gravitate to those like super, super easy specs? Because every expansion has a lot of new players, right? But then they all kind of fall off really quickly. And it makes me think that they're like purposely doing this so that every spec or every role has like stupid easy ones. And those will be the ones that are more welcoming for people. Because they're really kind of making like a big quantum leap to try to make shit easier for new players to come in. Fire's bad in anything but AoE. Sounds like a perfect thing for new players. You know? Oh my god, big numbers all over the place. Yeah, I think I was hungry. Bear with me a little bit. I don't want to be crabby, you know? I don't want to be hangry on you guys. I'm personally happy with the healer changes, the no kick, less crowd control, less damage playstyle. Happy with no healer kicks, happy with less crowd control, not happy with healers doing no damage. I think you could find a sweet spot there. But I wouldn't be surprised if they revert that. Yep, those are Wave Kings leather bounds. They were a gift from Seraphita. And then I'm just doing a little tradition where like the latest book that I read is right here. I'll just always put it right there. But I finished book 1 of the what is it? Night Angel trilogy. Yeah, I mean I've read all of Stormlight, but I don't have all the leather bounds. Yeah. I got book 2 and book 3 of the Night Angel Chronicles. And then I started reading this, what I thought was the second book. And there was so much like, oh man, Jimmy did this. And then like Jimmy overcame that. And I was like, when the fuck did this happen? And then I realized I was reading book 3. I was like, oh, well shit. No, I haven't read the Witcher series. Yep. Why does Dando's frames not show you HOTS? Probably because you have LVY installed, Mitch. Oh, John. If you're upset with me now, don't ask what I'm eating. Yep, that was Way of the Shadows. They just finished up. Need to finish Wind and Truth, but kind of Brandon Sando fatigue. Have you read the First Law trilogy? Thank you, Rye. Is it rice and ground beef? It is rice and ground beef. Oh, it's so good, too. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, you gotta, like, turn off your raid frames or something, Mitch, in LVY, because they're causing a conflict. It's really good. It's really fucking good. Ugh. I'm putting some of this Taco Bell hot sauce on it too. Yeah, rice and seasoned beef is gas, dude. It's so good. I can't get enough of it. It's actually great. It's half a pound of beef. Oh, you gotta try it, man. Get some Taco Bell sauce. Make sure you get some nice seasoning on your beef. It's good. That shit owns. Oh, read the First Law trilogy. It's very, very good. Oh yeah, you gotta put some cheese on it. Talking rice and beef. Yeah. It's good. Get a little cheese on top. Stir it up. I'm gonna text my buddy about this. Man, he turned me on. Oh, tell him about it because we were talking about it this morning. Second lunch. Is your to-be-read list? Yeah. Your buddy did what? He turned you on? You're saying a shrimp fried this rice? Yep. You make rice and beef for dinner? You should, dude. This shit owns. Get some chicken broth on your rice. There you go. Just get some good seasoning on it, you know? You cooking? I got some rice and beef. You saute onions, a little bit of garlic, cook and season the beef, slice potatoes, carrots, let it simmer. Then add some refried beans, a little bit of water. That's a lot. Damn, man. That sounds good, though. I air fry some broccoli, some frozen broccoli, while I'm cooking the beef, and then I eat that, and then it kind of makes me hungrier, and then I get my fiber in, and then we feast. Read The Bound and the Broken? I have not. Is that like fantasy stuff? It just like burns clean too, you know? Makes mac and cheese powder with the taco seasoning and milk. Ooh, that sounds fire. Between Aragon and Wheel of Time. Okay. Chop up spam and add it to mac and cheese as your Roni. Oh my god. Dude, we're getting some great ideas. Let's fucking go. I don't know. I noticed it a lot with meals. Like, some meals just like burn cleaner than others. You just feel like better about it afterwards. I've actually been adding like a lot more salt to my food lately. And I think I feel a lot better for it. I don't know. Real Erzella. Thank you for the new sub. Yeah, I think my body just needs more salt. Yeah, it really was, Rob. I'm like, I got a big bag of almonds next to my desk as well, the Blue Diamond. And then I'm like, you know what? I should probably not get the lightly salted ones. I want the very salted ones. Not a sponsor? It should be. That'd be great, though. That would be great. Almost done. Salt helps you suck up all the water like cow muscle. Bro, I'm working. I'm working towards the lean 320, Cal. I'm working towards the lean 320. We got some beef and rice. This is second lunch. I had half a pound of beef and rice for lunch, and then now we're having second lunch because I realized I was getting in like a crabby mood, and I'm like, man, I'm probably hungry. Heated it up. I start just drooling like an animal. I'm like, ah. Cow muscle had a third heart attack? Don't do it. Yeah. Chorizo? No, it's literally ground beef. I'm using Dander's frame souls. Like, who is Cali Muscle? Google him? All right, all right. Does he look like you? That'd be crazy. Holy shit, this guy's huge. He's known as professionally as Cali Muscle. Bodybuilder, YouTuber, actor, has appeared in commercials with Taco Bell, Geico, Comcast, Honda, Snickers. He's like 50 and jacked. Holy shit. He was hospitalized after fainting at the gym. Oh no. Fuck. Cal is not round. Cal is buff. Cal is like low-key buff. He wears the baggy shirts to hide it, but he's ripped. Yeah, he doesn't like it when I give him when we let him know. He doesn't like anybody spoiling the secret. Low key, Talus. Come on now. Come on, Unk. That's true. Kalamazi's calves are bigger than people's biceps and triceps. Yeah, maybe I'll get the electrolyte drinks. Maybe. I mean, I've been adding salt to my like smoothie in the morning. Cause I make like a monster smoothie in the morning. I put in like a scoop of protein powder, collagen, spinach, a full banana, a cup of like blueberries and mango, cup of coconut water, cinnamon, scoop of Greek yogurt, and chia seeds. It's like a monster shake, and I started putting salt in it too. It's like actually like really, really good. You don't like taste saltiness. You just, I don't know. It tastes good. It's hard to explain. God, I feel so much better. Let's go. The light in my eyes has returned. The flavor enhancer. What if you put MSG in there? Would that also help? Wow. It would do something? Yeah, like I wonder if it would do some good stuff, you know? I use Dander's frames, Jim. Yeah. How can I help, Sonex? Just a little flavored sodium? Yeah, that's some good shit. I'll have to get some. All things in moderation? Yeah, but I realized that, like, moderation is, like, more than I thought it was. I'm getting, like, under what I was supposed to do. And now, like, moderate is, like, more salt or more food. Who knows, Chadwick? Hopefully. Liquid IV stuff. I was having an edema issue, so your doctor was like, salt's making the water retention worse, and a pack of liquid IV is 260 milligrams.
5,
You make ice cubes out of that and blend it into your
3,
smoothies. Oh, there you go.
1.
Yeah.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start doing more second lunches. In the course of 4 hours. What in the world just happened? Why my name's fucked? In the course of 4 hours, I've had a full pound of ground beef, a full cup of rice, some cheese, and 2 scoops of protein shake. And I'm like, this feels amazing. I feel great. I feel great. So good. Oh, please tell me. Please tell me why. Sleeping with the clothes on. Okay, that worked. This is better for raids. Yep. Any Apex talents that you skip? Nah, you can't. Blizzard made it, so you gotta run them. Shaman for raids? Maybe. I don't know about World First. I'm not sure about World First. Ah, yeah, I gotta get rid of that.
At AutomaticJak I am sub, but where I can get your UI from? Don't see it on your Discord.
It's pinned to the top of sub chat, Shoni. Thank you for the 2 months. Or you could use the Wago system. Both work. Up to you. Shins, thank you for the prime. Let's do a little dispel. 2 electrolyte capsules. Oh, that's a good idea too. I think the more I've been doing the smoothies in the morning, the more it's helped. But I think I gotta just stick to adding ECDM. I gotta stick to adding the salt. And if I keep on doing that, I think we'll be in great shape. I started doing, there are these little like snack packs I found at Whole Foods that are these like, they're kind of like dots. You know, if you ever had the dots candy? They're kind of like that, like consistency wise, they're really chewy, but they're made from dates. And they're really, 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 really good. And so I've literally just been eating a snack at the gym if I'm feeling a little depleted. I was like, this shit owns. Oh my god, is that like a super old school commercial colony? Because I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about. That's a throwback. Oh, it's from Billy Madison. Okay, okay. Whoosh! I'm just using Dander's frames. I'm not using click. They have built-in click casting in Dander's frames. You can just do that. Yeah. Oh, Rice Krispie treats are good too. Yeah. Crapping instead of casting? Nah, I mean, I think you get back from the gym, you visit the ye olde toilet bowl, take a nice shower, you're all clean head to toe. Good to go. Yeah. This hype train I won't, because you keep talking about things you get to eat. You can eat anything you set your mind to, John. You're an American just like me. Deep fried Snickers, let's go. Holy. Did I get to apply it again? All right, there we go.
We could probably use these parts.
If Dot's gonna get this stuck to the top of your mouth and start looking like a dog eating peanut butter, yeah, thankfully those don't do that. But I know it's exactly what you mean, man. Been there. I think we've all been there. Part of being human, you know? It's part of being human. Chat, what's the weirdest thing you've asked a clanker, by the way? I'll start. The weirdest thing I've asked a clanker is one time I wanted to be really fat and I got a Five Guys burger and a whole fry, and it was a bacon burger with double, bacon burger, double patty. I had some sauteed onions on it. It was great. Sorry, John. And then I was like, why do I feel so good after eating this burger? And they're like, well, it's because it's covered in fat. And I was like, ah, that's why. Oof. That means flavor. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, John. I had to. It's topical. It's topical. Well, yo, icy. Thank you for the 2 months. The spell. There you go. I might as well just trank this, shouldn't I? HP like a caster healer? Yeah, mostly. I'd say mostly. Last time I talked to a clanker, I told it I was going to Coruscant. That didn't compute. I had to put it down. That was a great scene. I was a kid and I totally didn't understand it. And I like remember asking my brothers during the Phantom Menace. I was like, why did the Jedi like kill the guard? Because yeah, he literally goes like, that doesn't compute. You're under arrest. And he just pulls out his lightsaber and like slashes his head off. And I was like, this is horrifying. I didn't fully understand the politics of trade negotiations within the Republic and Trade Federation as a child growing up. Yeah. I didn't fully understand it. I didn't take the damage talents, Waldavo, because you don't really do any damage as healer. Like, you can take them if you really wanted to, but I think almost all the talents are like the same or almost exactly the same. Yeah. Ignorance is bliss, 40. I know, we were waiting on you, Paradox. Let's go, man. Yeah, there's a million spammers shaded. Oh, and I died. There is a billion spammers. Turnip, thank you for the prime. Holy shit, oh. Holy, summon me. Let's go. This damage talent's worth it? Yeah, because like that's how you heal. That's how you heal. I think the rework of this dungeon is pretty fun, actually. There's a bunch of damage on this fight from his, like, cryo stomp. It actually gets kind of insane. It's like right here. Dungeons and raids, rain. Where the fuck are we going? Oh, we did like crazy stuff. Okay, I see now. Dungeons and raids range from mid to really good. I don't think there's any stinkers. I think there's one stinker boss, and it's like this double dragon fight. But I also don't know if that's user error, because sometimes there's fights that are bad because we did like the strat wrong. So I'm willing to accept that I'm wrong on that one if something changes. But I would agree. I don't think there's any like stinkers in the dungeon pool at all. There's some overtuned stuff, but like, you know, what else is new, right? It's beta. That's just how it goes. Yeah, it's also not an end boss either, so that also makes it easier. Dude, I'm sustaining 144k as Druid, and I'm not even breaking a sweat. This is ridiculous. Druid is so much fucking better than every other healer in Keys, it's insane. I don't even, like, feel like I'm doing a lot of healing either. Because now I also have my Life Bloom going in overdrive, and I reposition, hit the dispel. It's actually insane. No, you don't have to kitty weave as Druid. Alternate this package in the UI, links to a public unholy DK. Ugh. Yeah, they asked us. They did some stupid shit with our guides this time around. They're like, link people to CDMs. And I'm like, it's literally just shit you reposition. I want to just delete all of that because it doesn't help anybody. Yeah. I'll check it out. Bunch of weird stuff. Yeah, I mean, I can literally just sit in the back, though. I can just sit in the back and heal the entire time if I want to. Well, the CDMs they're having us link is the profile for how you reorder everything. So it's literally just like the order in which the abilities are presented, which is entirely personal to you. Yeah. That's actually what we're talking about. It's not like an add-on profile or anything. It's just like the raw like paste file for that. Yeah. Are they updating Pally in the next 3 hours? No clue. I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't bet on it.
Arms and legs are in short supply. Thanks for your contribution.
The fatality fight. It's crazy. I don't feel like I'm doing anything with Druid. Crazy thing you ask Clankers, can you play WoW if you had a lobotomy? Well, now we have more pruned classes than ever, and DPS players get a 1-button rotation. I don't know. You ever seen those videos of like old people at casinos and they're pressing the button for the slot machines and they're just like pressing it over and over again to just like keep on slamming through the different pieces of or like the different columns of like a slot machine? That's what you're gonna see people in like the old folks home. They're just gonna be smashing that button and hitting the 1-button rotation. Gonna be going crazy. I guess I don't think it automatically uses your major cooldowns. That's gonna be us someday, guys. Well, that's not gonna be us, because we're gonna be good healer players. But like, that's gonna be, you know, in general. Are people toxic on beta? Because there's like weird, sweaty, try-hard people that want to be able to like go back to their friends and be like, I was this IO on beta. It's a very like old school mindset because back in the day, you know, damage rotations were not hard in like classic as we've seen, right? But it was a knowledge game of like whoever knows the information is like good at the game, because if you know all these little like hack arounds and all this kind of stuff, then like you can do more damage or healing because you have like the better gear piece or the better thing, you know? And so some people still get into that like mindset.
Is all that awaits you. Do not think that I shall permit you end
Oh shit.
my master's
Some people are kind of still in that mindset, and then they're just, yeah, sweaty virgins basically. Yep. It's kind of crazy to think about because the player base keeps on getting older, but some people are still acting like they're, you know, 16 or something. Everything on my UI Blizzard in game? No. Most all of my UI is add-ons actually. Exclamation mark UI. All right, applying the bark directly to the face. Last time we were here, Illuminos somehow got like the worst timing possible, and both the Grave Blades hit him at the exact same time with their tank busters. And I think he had a defense. I'm pretty sure he had defensives up, and it just like laid the hammer down. But they were limiting add-ons. Kinda didn't really work out. Long story short, they're still add-ons. Yeah. Oh, it wasn't supposed to happen? Yeah, a lot of things are not supposed to happen. Right? Yeah, a lot of things are not supposed to happen. Not yet, Val. Not yet. I'm running regular UI scale Shoni, but if you are running a 1080p monitor, you have a reduced UI scale. I have a different profile for 1080p monitor and extra instructions. Check the doc. But you're so beautiful. I bought Midnight because it said no add-ons. Well, that's tough. There's gonna be add-ons. Dizazadavin. Thanks for the new sub, man. Appreciate it. Oh, I just smile, Rye. When that happens, I'm just like, yeah, whatever you said, man. I don't even try to argue. Just like, oh, guess you're refunding it. Bye. Trying Age Priest on live and pre-patch. Yippee. And it was 0 mana. Or on Druid Shaman to be at 90%. Am I just screwing up Age Priest? Or just very mana hungry? Are you playing Archon Holy Priest, Mr. Basil?
Heroes, to me.
Intruders have entered the master's domain. Signal the alarm.
Weak Words is like doesn't work in combat. But it works for like other stuff.
Even to our dying breath. Deal with the
What I recommend you do is run Archon with a Spirit Well talent. I mean, you're still going to consume a lot of mana, and that is a problem for Holy Priest, especially compared to the other healers you're playing. So, you know, me offering help is not going to magically make everything go away. But when you're playing like the Archon Spirit Well build, you want to use your Surge procs when you can for Prayer of Healing whenever possible. You kinda need to smite during downtime. Try to farm up more surge procs. So, if you shield on cooldown, then yeah, you're gonna burn through a lot of mana. You gotta be careful with that. You also have to run shield discipline. If you're not running shield discipline, then yeah, you're gonna hard Feel bad not using your wheel and woe stacks when you get them. So-called free thinker when they have wheel and woe stacks. No, I know exactly what you mean, man. I got button. Why not use button? In max stacks, yeah. I know exactly what you mean.
Your hair looks weird.
Yeah, well, your face looks weird. Thanks for the 3 months. Thanks, man. And we drank. Nah, I'm like overdue for a haircut. This shit goes all over the place. Only shield I use on CD is Divine Shield. Let's go.
Brave champions, we owe you our lives, our freedom. Though it be a tiny
You don't have to cat weave.
I pledge that from this day
You don't have to cat weave to activate symbiotic blooms.
forward you cut through the shadow of this dark citadel.
Like when your vines is from kitty weaving and symbiotic blooms is from your healing and stuff. Wild growth, regrowth, FLO, trigger symbiotic blooms.
When alliance and horde set aside
Where is
their
it?
differences and
No, you monster!
Each active Bloodseeker increase your damage. Each active bloom increases your healing.
Damn you!
Vines increase your damage. Bloom increases your healing.
The Frost Queen is gone.
Heal over time effects. There's nowhere in here where your damage is producing symbiotic blooms. Your symbiotic blooms are always triggering from healing spells. When your vines or blooms grow, they have a chance to cause another growth of the same type to grow on a valid target. So vines make vines, blooms make blooms, right? When your vines expire and you bite on them, they explode. When your blooms expire, they bloom and do healing, right? Blooms have a chance to trigger bursting growth. Like, there's nothing in here where you have to cat weave to make blooms. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Any healer that doesn't go for the 404, nah. They force it on you. What's the Wowhead guide community like? Do you interact much? I interact with the healer writers a lot. I mean, I interact with like a couple other people. I mean, Tettles and Zyro aren't writers anymore, but like, you know, we've been friends for a while. So vines are caused by damage. Blooms are caused by healing spells. So there's nothing that requires you to be in cat weaving to produce healing. Nah, Tettles quit, man. He quit guide riding for Boomer. Yep. He said, fuck that. Apparently it's recommended to go into cat form for interrupts, and that's when you get the vibes. So I heard, Keck W. Oh my god. Make any kind of money off guide writing? Oh yeah, they pay us. They pay us. I worked for free when I first got started But that was when I was writing for Warcraft Priest, which was called How to Priest back then. I did that for like a year and a half or something until WoW had hired me. Something like that. Buff healer damage again? They should. I don't know if they will. Yeah. First writing articles for SK Gaming during AWC 2015. Sheesh. Long ass time ago. Hours Perez, I guess it's still the hardest healer to like operate or prep effectively in keys and stuff. But it's gotten easier, I guess. Yeah. It's like, yeah, they made it easier to operate. Shaman and Druid and Disc. What's he gonna do in Prez at midnight? If you raid a lot, I think it'd be a good choice. Looks like it's fun in raids. Keys wise, I'd probably avoid it. Yeah. Shaman, they want you to use Chain Heal, but they won't buff it to be useful. I don't even think that you cast it as Farseer, but you get a bunch of like freebie cast with his Totemic. Problem is, with Totemic, you could do a lot of healing if you have everyone in your healing reign, but getting everyone to sit in your healing reign is a very tall task. Yeah. Yes, correct, Crusader Strike. So it is removed again. Yeah, it's been a weird time, Chutoy. You're all good, bro. So they added it, and then they made a bunch of your cooldowns worse, and then they removed it, and they fixed all your cooldowns. It's been a week. No word yet, Pepe. Yep. What level am I? What is our max level? Is it 90? Yeah, we're back to level 90. We're on the, Monk news soon? Yeah, surely. A little Friday night, you know, right before they leave the office. Monk buffs. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Haven't played in 10 years, logged in for the first time recently. So lost. Yeah, it's a lot going on. But this is the pre-patch, Alyssa. So this is like the perfect time because you're coming back and you're not alone, and there's a bunch of different people that are also coming back. All right, let's do Terrace. That was you 10 days ago. Yeah, exactly. Like there's so much stuff happening. So keep in mind, like, there's like a month before the expansion actually drops. So if I were you, I'd probably spend the next 2 weeks just like randomly exploring stuff, you know? It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun doing the WoW experience at a time when you don't know what's going on. Yeah. Yeah, mythical streamer powers to get him to unprune heal on priest. I've been saying it, Rallic. I've been saying it, man. I've been saying it. That would be nice. It would fix a lot of problems for Holy Priest. The last Titan expansion is the end of WoW? No, definitely not. Did you see that announcement about how much stuff they were adding for housing? You know what they didn't announce? Adding some decor to the shop. Think about how much money they're going to print. Now they're like right now with housing, they're soft making money because there's so much stuff that players can sell in the auction house that's causing other players to spend money on WoW tokens so that they can do it. Okay? So they're making big money by people having to buy WoW tokens to afford that stuff. But then pretty soon, they're just going to add items to the in-game, like to the cash shop. And then people are going to spend a bunch of money on the cash shop. This game's not going away. Blizzard's making too much money for WoW to die.
5, 4.
Yeah, there'll be Hearthsteel. Yeah, like, bro. I've talked to a couple of casual players, and they were showing me this, like, the sheer breadth of gameplay going on
4
with housing, and there's so much. This shit is like crack. Okay, they have so much content. They have so much content to do, and so many different ways to spend their money. WoW's not gonna die. Maybe you could make the argument that WoW could die from a PvE scene or something like that, but they're gonna keep the game alive because they're making too much money. Yeah. We had heard from Ellesmere, dude. He's been tweeting. I was yapping with him last night about it. He's got some good tweets. Meg had one where he has like rave glasses and strobe lights going off around him. He's chilling. You need to add new professions. Then what the have you know? You lost me, Frank. Yeah. Everyone says Druid is hard. I said it was like medium hard. You know, kind of firm. Not so much hard. Just gonna let us sit in that moment for a second real quick. Down and out is where we're gonna stay. What's up, Carnage? The old Scarlet Monastery, it needs the Scarlet Key, when I used to have, but having to redo a lot of content. That sucks when I have to play this game. Nah, I feel you. There's probably a bunch of stuff that's like discombobulated. Yeah, a bunch of stuff's changed. I feel you. I'm just talking shit. Like Druids have buttons to press and not get bored. Are you a shaman player? It's actually so messed up, man. I feel like shaman's the only healer that I just like actively get bored playing. It's sad. The other day I had to stifle a yawn while I was playing this pack. Arn is king for dealing with that shit. Yeah, Arn is the goat, man. It's more sought after pushing high keys. Tank or a healer? Tank. Tank 100%. Tanks can carry keys and players super hard.
But we can't
Yep.
afford to linger here.
Like there are gonna be, there's always gonna be heal checks at certain levels where like a healer needs to be playing perfectly and stuff. But there's a lot of leeway that gets given to healers, and if you have like a good tank, you can get carried up as a healer pretty easily. Join both Pally and Mistweaver. One feels better in M+, the other feels better in Raid. Woe is me. Oh, I know, man. I always hate it when my lobster is too buttery. My lemonade is too cold. The sun is too warm and bright and welcoming on my skin. It's a tough life. Steak too juicy. True. High stuff. Oh, we were just talking about how Shaman was boring, Lauren. Good timing. And I was like, yeah, I'm like really bored playing it. And then he was like, Lauren's king for dealing with that shit. Evie, you are? Yeah. I don't know what they need to add. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it, but I'm like, I was saying, I was stifling yawns when I was playing it. I was like, I'm just so bored. They do need to fix Opie. Oh my god, man. I keep opening, what's T? I keep opening the chat channel because I'm trying to like port out to go somewhere. Yeah. Drives me nuts. This is 80% of my brain reading chat and the other 20% is playing Shaman. Yeah. Opie just updated. Let's go. W. Never used Opie? Just set some like weird keybinds for it. You're a WoW player. Hold up. They just proved a whole bunch of classes, Talus. You cannot use the argument that you don't have keybinds. Blizzard just opened up a bunch of keybinds for you. Hold up. What do you think the pruning was for? Gotta stop the dungeon? Yeah. Stop the dungeon. Update Opie. Just Bance, Dallas. Just Bance. Then removing Whispering Waves, adding nothing back in return hurts. Buff Chain Heals, it's actually worth pressing, because right now it's not. Both trees without Cloudburst just suck and lose a lot of fun. I feel that. It's kind of funny, because I'll like bring up that like Chain Heal's bad, and someone's like, they just buffed it. And I'm like, yeah. But not by much. Not by much. Weird time. Druid really feel that good, be honest? Yeah, dude, this thing does turbo amounts of heals. Wait until we go into this next area. Like, once this boss dies, we go into, like, a really high HPS environment. And it feels so effortless to heal as Druid compared to every other healer. It's kind of nuts. Oh, chat. Somebody remind me after this, pretty please, to update unhalted unit frames to show enemy, like my target's buffs. Not my debuffs, but I want to see my target's buffs. I need that, pretty please. That'd be super helpful.
But effective. The Cynosure should be just ahead.
Did he just hit mass invis on me? My screen like freaked out there. Thanks, Coffee. Or Roth. Oh my goodness. 2 peas in a pot over there. Build am I playing? A good one. That Vickman was playing. In combat? I am in combat. Oh, I didn't realize you pulled that. I find more engaging than Shaman this time around. Is that based, or because I know it doesn't have that many buttons either? There's cool interactions, man. You get procs of Giga Shields. You got uppies being a really good button. I don't know. It might be some combination of being based and them doing some butchery to your spec. Some kind of combo. But it's just like, I don't know. Like what when do you have to think about like what you're doing next or have some kind of cool interaction with Shaman? It's just gone. And the one thing, I'm curious if you agree on this, but I just don't feel like the talents are like exciting when I spec into stuff. Especially at the bottom, like 10-point talents. I'm not like, oh my god, I'm so excited for more Riptide duration. Whoa. Who's gonna own? I'm just like bored. Like there's some talented disc I'm like, man, that'd be cool to get. This one's a little bit too expensive, so I can't get it. But it would be cool in the future to get that one. Or like maybe they buff it or something. You know, they improve the routing and then I can get this one. But there's times where I look at my talented disc and I'm like, I think there's a couple different talent options that are being exciting or cool for me to get. And then I don't have anywhere near that same feeling when it comes to playing with Shaman. Like, ugh, some of this stuff look like ass. Paladin kind of gets that way with me too. It's like, whoa, you're like, Judgment could reset off a crit and also make some like super tiny shields that you don't even notice. I'm like, eh. Okay. Like, if they're not gonna make interesting talent options for this big of a tree, then just go back to giving us everything baseline and then have it, you know, the 3 talent options per row type shenanigans again. Like, something. If they're gonna make it cool, yeah, if they're gonna make it cool, give me talent options. But like, if you're just not putting in the effort to sustain something like that, then what the hell is the point? Yeah.
None shall lay hands on the Cynosure. The Cynosure remains here. Give it all.
Restrain him. I'll take care of these shields.
Mark for defeat. Speak no more.
Get your ass in there. Bing. Bing. He's He doesn't like me. Get your butt in there. Get on in there. Yes, work, my minions. Do my bidding. Oh, who am I kidding? Why am I putting that on a warlock? Quick, ka-chow. Actually, now I want to put it on the warlock. Dude, they have to do better tuning for the healers, though. I'm about as far as you can get from a Resto Druid Pro, and I don't think I should have this easy of a time healing the fight. Back on the warlock. Tank. Or balance HOTS? I think it's hard to balance their mastery because they're able to scale their output so well in a 5-man environment when they can stack up a lot of HOTS, which is also why Druid was so good in the very early days of M+ when they weren't balancing around M+ at all. But then they've still done nothing about it. I don't get it. Would it be strong? Good thing to be strong? Sure, of course. 100%. But like, why is there like wide difference? Seems that way, yeah. Weird.
We're too late.
Yeah. There we go. Did you check that UI and resources channel in Discord, Shoni? Because all the instructions are in there, man. You can either use the Wago setup or you can use... I mean, I would recommend you use the Wago setup, basically. You should just use the Wago setup and everything's there. Oh my god. Yeah, use the Wago list, Shoni. Use the Wago setup. Do we have interrupts? Okay. I think it's like the Voidlings, when they die, they explode. Something like that. Yo, what up, G's? Maybe it's only some of the ads. Other day I died here because there's a melee healing and the ad spawned on top of me. I was closest because of the healing aggro. Yeah. There's so much extra melee hits that you get. Yep. And it's just like, oh, well, great. I guess we just die. Yep. These guys do way too much damage. I was playing with Crit Cakes. And he's doing, you know, big warrior things. And, like, all those ads spawn and they just, like, jump him all at once. And I'm like, how are you even supposed to, like, play this properly? You just gonna sit there and, like, not AoE when ads come out or something like that? Because the tank's just not gonna be able to get threat fast enough and the ads just hit you immediately? Oh, good. Right, it's like you see the best tanks in the world playing with some of the best DPS in the world, and then the tanks are not able to get threat. I'm like, what do you mean? Why? There's just like no reason for it. Okay, let you have a quick peek at the talents when the run is over, man. Fighting to save Azeroth here, you know? Yeah, should have waited 2 Sunders, I guess. Doing pretty well, man. I haven't put in the Pally change yet, or the revert yet, so I've just been playing some some Druid today. Just been vibing. Oh, boom, here's Dallas. You're making me tired, Kane. You're making me tired. Let's think. Rested Druid just has such high sustained healing that you are always like fine. You never really have to worry. Yo, full 07 for Aya. What's going on? Thanks for the raid. Say happy birthday. It's to Aya's grandma, chat. Happy birthday to Aya's grandma, chat. Whoa. W grandma. Chad is Aya's grandma? I don't know. Sounds like it, though. She might be here. We'll never know. Gotta keep an eye out. What if I can just get dragged against this? Oh, it's actually just open field. Lame. Favorite healer at midnight? Definitely Priest. I like Holy and I like Disc. They did a good job with both of them. I think they did a good job with both of them. Disc is still like a good healer in M+, but Druid is like so much better. I think Druid is just so much better than everybody by like a really large margin. Like a larger margin than I thought. Yeah. Today's been going pretty well. I'm just like fixing up raid frames. I've been messing around with a new cooldown manager, doing like better cooldown managers so I can track potions and racials and all that other good stuff. I might honestly add my defensives there too. We'll see. Yeah. Pally got some justice. Their favorite. Okay, so I guess it's the unstable voidlings that are the ones that are exploding. Which is also a bonus because they come from a large mob that does a lot of AoE damage as well. Yeah. Our Druid or Holy Pally for Midnight? I think that Rested Druid's the best healer overall for Midnight. I think I have more fun with Paladin than Druid, but they're kind of like, you know, second and third before Priest. Tank will be meta, probably VDH again. Probably VDH again. Paladin's been like one of my favorite healers for a long time. I think it has just big, chunky, powerful heals, which I think is really fun. I like how Druid plays, you know, but I've just enjoyed the playstyle, the fantasy, the vibes more for Pally over the years. Yeah. Oh, big 1% of the group's overall damage. Big craziness. Should add percents instead of this raw number. I'll play whatever's best for the guild, for raid prog, for Holy and Disc. Whatever helps the team more.
Champion, I know what to do. I'll need to attune the
Makes me a 1%er. That's a good bit.
Is that one struck? You keep it occupied while I channel the spell and end this chaos.
I like Disc and Holy. They're both fun. Yeah, like this fight's actually hard on other healers. It's kind of ridiculous. I'm just standing around. Like, okay. Oh, man. Special 3, 2 weeks into the season, Eternity's happening. Oh, let's go, dude. I believe. I believe, man. I got like an 80% win rate as Gambit, but Gambit's still always banned. Alright, you seen any druid nerfs? I don't know why, man.
Let us inform Lorthamar. And
Because Blizzard's inconsistent.
apology for the near catastrophe.
Not yet, Casba. Not yet. Lovely, thank you so much for the raid. If you really like sweat it up, the healers are doing around like 3% of the group's overall damage, but it's not that much. Does the overall have me doing 0 healing overall? The heck? There we go. Yeah, I feel like Drew is just easy mode right now, user. Yep. I'll update the druid talents right now. I'll update them right now. The heck? Reload UI. Oh, good evening, lovely. Hope you had an awesome stream. There you go. Oh, what happened? Trying to update this talent string. There it is. Trinkets do I have on right now? The Almseer trinket and Volatile Void Suffuser. Yep. I remembered to fix the target thing. Auras. Then post the revamps. I like a lot of the dungeons. There's some healers, a little frustrating. We were talking earlier about how frustrating Shaman is to play at the moment. We were talking about that before. I know, Gorok. And there's been all kinds of pain with Paladin lately, and it at least had a happy ending though. That they reverted the pally issues. Shaman, I think, is just boring. Just not really like that interesting to play. I think it's just not that interesting to play. Yeah, I mean, there's not really any, like, interesting thought process, I guess, that kind of goes into, like, when you press certain buttons or why you press certain buttons. Things like that kind of come into play. Idea of removing Whispering Waves made Shaman basically go for Chain Heal, and doesn't that them really fast? But also just doesn't really do much healing at all. And that's also another problem. I mean, that's also another problem. Yeah.
I think my sub expired a couple of days ago and I've been slacking.
True, Kane. Thank you for the 41 months, dude. Alright. Let's see. Fixing some talents. Fixing some talents real quick. Just doing in beta and keys. I think it's good, but it gets just gapped by druid. I think every healer's getting kind of just gapped by druid. Yeah. Give me Novocaine. I think that. Oh, I see. I see what I did. Yo, what up, Zoop? Okay, let me fix this. What is it? Style, name only, enemy is Jack 1440 P2. Instead of having the health value be that, I want it to be a percent. There we go. There we go. I used Anders frames, Palm. I don't think so, Helen. Yeah, they said they were reverting the change, but they didn't say they were implementing the revert for the change, so, you know. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, this was driving me crazy. And then I think I fixed up the issue where I couldn't see, like, the boss's buffs. So I think we're good there now. Got it fixed? Yeah, there we go. Well, Disc is super, super powerful in raids, yeah. I'm not worried about where Disc stands in raids whatsoever. I think it's just that the gap between, like, Druid and the rest of the healers for M+, has just got like, wider and wider and wider over the course of beta. Like, other healers are getting nerfs or, you know, changes or whatever. And, like, nothing for Druid right now. It's a little insane at the moment. Just a little insane. They nerf Druid down to the pack or buff everyone else? I think everyone would have a lot of fun if they got buffed up to Druid's level. The problem is, Druid's not the highest output healer. It's a question of, like, how do you nerf it? And there's only one right answer. Because if they were trying to nerf it normally, it would just nerf a spec too much for raids or nerf a spec too much for keys. The right answer is you need to have an aura modifier that increases healer's output when they enter a dungeon, and then you can tune that knob up and down to kind of bring everybody to certain, like, equal-ish levels. But Blizzard just, like, hard refuses to do it, even though it would clear up a lot of problems. And, you know, that's how we're at right now. Is Atoma tracking difficult for the buff filtering options? If you struggle to see the buffs, I guess. I know people prefer to, like, change the entire color of their frame, but I've always just looked for the buff. Yeah. Okay, I love the simplicity of Holy and the cat weaving rest at the same time. They just scratch different itches, you know? Need to add a healer damage modifier. It seems like the healer damage thing is intended, is by design, at least at this point. I don't know. I assume that the reason they want to do it is to just like kill off the boogeyman of like, ooh, the healers have to do damage in keys, which I don't think has existed since Shadowlands. But I think they want to kill it off good and then buff it a little bit. But we'll see what happens. That's my prediction. That's my prediction. Yeah. Made everything feel samey. I think L Plus has already done a lot to homogenize healers, but that was stuff that's been happening over the past like 4 or 5 years, so that every healer could, you know, heal effectively on their own. Yeah. God forbid that healers have impactful GCDs. True. Screw that. Not allowed. There is no reward for topping everybody off a little bit faster and making the run go a little bit quicker. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, I fixed the unit frame thing. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, I want to see the enemies' buffs. So if I see that something is like buffing them and making them do more, I'll be able to see it. But I was seeing their debuffs. I didn't do the Opie thing. I'll do that though. There we go. W reminder. Thank you, thank you. We got Opie back. Full release for midnight. Let's go. Opie is back. Go update. Yep, yep, yep. Let's see. What is not updated? Advanced death logs details and add-on usage have not updated, but all my other stuff did. And weak cores. And transmog roulette. They didn't update transmog roulette. What the heck? 9.1. Come on, man. What are we doing? What up, Goliath? What's going on, my dude? Some well thought out Holy Priest critiques on the forums for what it's worth. Yeah, it just, you know, they're not reading them. They're not reading them. I mean, there's plenty of times, like, there's plenty of good feedback out there and plenty of good ideas out there. I'll talk about stuff with Holy Priest in my videos. I mean, I did it in, like, the latest video and stuff, too. I don't know what it is, but they're always just not as willing to make more changes for the spec. I don't get it. I don't get it, but it just is what it is. Unfortunately. Let's see. I'm trying to find somebody to raid. And I just see Sauerkraut. Oh, shit. Let's host Banshers.
Doing a lot there.
I haven't hosted Banshers in a while. All right. Let's do that. All right, gamers. I'm off. Probably like a short stream tomorrow. We'll see, Lorian. I'll work on a trinket video. I'm trying to hunt down Volk and do some video content and stuff like that with him pretty soon. I think actually I may not stream tomorrow, depending on when that could happen. So we'll see. Maybe on the stream tomorrow. Cal, you streaming? Last chance. Yeah, maybe not stream tomorrow. Maybe work on some videos. We'll see. Oh, I fixed it up, Luff. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Website stuff? Yeah, I know. There's like so much stuff to do. All right, let's go say what's up to Banchers. Yeah, maybe stream tomorrow. Definitely no stream on Sunday. And so, otherwise, have a good weekend. I don't see you guys tomorrow. Maybe it's like when your mom's, maybe as a kid, it's always a no. We'll see. Nah, Crusader Strike is gone. Crusader Strike is hard gone. Don't worry about it. It can't hurt you any longer. It can't hurt you. Yeah, GG's, guys. I'll have some more new videos and stuff like that out soon. And hope y'all have a great evening. Say what's up to Banchers. He's great. Take it easy, guys. Whoop.